I have Sapan. I've just joined from the phone for now, and then I'm restarting my system.
Vrinda, you may begin. Are you on mute, Vrinda?
No, I'm not on mute.
Rahul gonna play the video. Rahul, can you play the video once again, and then Vrinda will start?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all are doing well. I, Vrinda Makhija, welcome you all to the first edition of Mindfulness at the Workplace Summit. We are going to be together for the next few hours and going through insightful talks and experiential sessions along with interactions with the speakers. This summit is organized by DigitalHR and Monk at Work. The theme is Mindfulness, the leap beyond wellness. Now, I take the opportunity to introduce both the organizations, DigitalHR and Monk at Work. So DigitalHR is a community established by the Innoserv group of companies and has digital transformation of the HR domain at its core. It is the ultimate platform for HR professionals to understand and leverage the power of digital transformation of HR practices. DigitalHR conducts regular masterclasses and workshops which are initiated by HR leaders from the corporate sector. Some of the tutorials conducted by DigitalHR include popular interviews from the top leaders where they discuss the organization work on process thinking to experience thinking, effective ways of engaging workforce, and many more. The aim for DigitalHR is to help the HR fraternity learn, understand, utilize digital technologies for the benefit of business HR objectives in human resources. Coming to Monk at Work. Monk at Work is a leading mindfulness consulting firm enabling organizations to enhance performance, leadership, culture, resilience, and wellness with mindfulness-based research tools. Monk at Work has supported many leading organizations across the industry, including L&T, General Electric, ONGC, Tata Motors, Adani Power, Amdocs, Tata Steel, Sterlite Power are just to name a few. Monk at Work has done pioneering work in the field of mindful peak performance and mindful culture, and is about to launch a tool to measure mindfulness, helping organizations, leaders, and professionals to scientifically assess how mindful are we. Monk at Work also actively undertakes mindfulness-based activities for social causes under the CSR section, specifically in education, sports, health, and public services. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Jain, MD of Innoserv Group, to share the opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Vrinda. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome all of you to Mindfulness at Workplace Summit 2021. This is our maiden effort in an area which is quite demystified. As Vrinda has already highlighted, digital HR's expands At Digital HR, we try to keep the community engaged, and we are always at a lookout for learning areas and developments which matter to the community. As we have seen or navigated through the waves and challenges of pandemic, we all realized that mindfulness is gaining substantial prominence, but is also quite mystified at the moment. It's time we bring more concreteness to this concept and its application. Both organizations and individual employees stand to gain with that. We share a long relationship with Monk at Work. I'm glad that we could collaborate to have this event. Sapan Shrimal is a dear friend. During one of our casual conversation, the thought of summit came up, and it didn't took us long to decide on hosting this particular event, as there is a clear urgent need to accelerate the open dialogue around mindfulness and its wider application beyond the current realm of wellness. We really hope that you will all benefit from the insightful sessions of the summit and will further advance the dialogue initiated here. I would also like to take an opportunity to welcome all the speakers of the day, our sponsors and supporters, Cobuzz, the employer branding leader in the country, ASMA, the academic community, one of the leading one, hosted again part of Innoserv communities, and Innoserv Solutions, our learning and training partner. So with this, without wasting any more time, I wish the summit all the best, and I welcome everyone once again to the Mindfulness at Workplace Summit. Over to you, Vrinda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul, for those words. Now it's time to hear from Mr. Sapan Shrimal, Director Monk at Work, about the theme and philosophy behind the summit.
Thanks, Vrinda. I think before we get into a serious talk, I think let's quickly play a game, a mindful game. So I request each one of you to just become aware of whatever is in front of you. Just look beyond your screen. Beyond your screen, what do you see? Just become aware. Just focus on the color, the shape, and existence of it. And now, just lift your right hand a bit and take your attention to your right palm. Okay, and you can keep it again back in its place if you feel that way more comfortable, whichever way. But just focus on your right palm. You can focus, right? You can actually feel some sensations which are running because of the blood running behind and the sensations on the skin. And now you're going to switch the attention to your left palm. So now switch your attention to the left palm. And now I will say right, left, and both. And let's see if you can do that. So now switch your attention to right. So right means right palm. Now left. Now both. Now left. Now right. You are actually visualizing you're actually feeling it with your mind's eye. Your both hands. And I think by this time you have become expert at directing your attention. And if you can direct your attention, which means you are mindful. So that means you are expert in mindfulness already. And now if you can do it with your palm, I'm sure you can actually now take your attention to your body posture also. And just notice how your body posture is right now. Just notice how your body posture is. And also at this point of time, just notice the state of mind in which you are in, the type of expectations and outlook that you have. What is it that you are expecting? Okay, let's come back, and I think let's pay our attention back to the screen and back to the current voice, which is mine as of now. So experts in mindfulness, you already are in terms of the action, and now we are back together, and we have a great mindset right now to to be here focused. And just taking what Rahul said in terms of how the initiation happened about the summit. And really, I mean, we have been for years in mindfulness and we wanted to have a summit. It was a wish list. But again, we keep saying a summit should tell a story. And unless we have a concrete, strong story, we wouldn't. And during this pandemic, we realized that how mindfulness has suddenly gained a lot of prominence. Everybody's talking about mindfulness. And we realized there is still something is missing. And the missing part is, while people are talking about mindfulness a lot, it's still talked only in terms of wellness, only in terms of emotions, anxiety, stress. It is great, it is good, okay. But there are other parts which are getting overshadowed. How about performance? How about leadership? How about relationships, empathy? There are so many things which can be built further with mindfulness. They are getting a little overshadowed at this point. And we said this is the right time to actually take this discussion forward and say, yes, mindfulness is extremely important for wellness, but can we also look beyond? And that's where the theme, the leap beyond wellness. In terms of format also, as we said, story, okay. And again, we have so many panel discussions, and panel discussions many times, I mean, they're great for opinion building, but many times become scattered, and we really can't tell a deep story with it. And we said, no, we will have a different format. And so today, what you all have actually is a whole storyline which is going to be weaved in by these industry leaders together. So we start by building the case for mindfulness for wellness. We have amazing case studies and experience sharing, practice sharing from IBM, from Royal Canin, and we also have then, from Apollo, the talk about what is the future of mindfulness for wellness. And then after this, we shift the gears and we say, okay, beyond wellness, where do we go? And we say, okay, let's talk about work effectiveness. And then again, we have 3 deep talks, individually focused talks, one talking about the deep work, one talking about performance and effectiveness. And then we also have the case study, the experience sharing by Maersk, where how practically this has been utilized there. And finally, we have the third segment, the people leadership part, where we are talking about mindfulness and interpersonal relationships, taking it to the mindful leadership, and then taking it to the mindful culture. And finally, talking about some of the game-changing trends in mindfulness. This is the whole story buildup that is going to happen, and really, really hope that you all gain from it. At the end of every segment, we are going to enjoy and cherish practical technique, practical experiential mindfulness exercises. So stay tuned there itself, along with the interaction with the panel members. So really looking forward and hope you have great, insightful day today. Over to you, Brinda.
Thank you, Sapan, for those words. With this, we now proceed towards the first segment of the summit, that is personal leadership. In this segment, we will deep dive into the role of mindfulness towards wellness at our workplaces. Without any further delay, I would like to invite Ms. Prachi Rastogi, Diversity and Inclusion Leader, APAC at IBM, to share her insights on mindfulness for wellness and organizational reflection. Prachi carries with her 10+ years of experience in the field of human resources and is an ardent advocate of redefining diversity and inclusion practices. Over to you, Prachi.
Thanks a lot, Brinda, and what a pleasure it is to be sharing space with all of you. It is a meditation or mindfulness practitioner's dream come true to be attending, to be participating in a mindfulness summit, which has people, experts, leaders from across the industry, and a lot of leaders in the audience as well. So very, very honored to be sharing space with you. And, mindfulness in terms of wellness, what surprises me and what makes me really joyous to see that an industry which was just $270 million USD in 2019 is going to be crossing 6,000 million USD by 2027, and it's almost growing year on year by about 41% year on year. So absolutely tremendous growth now looking at the numbers, and of course Corona has expedited everything. The kind of challenge that people have faced because of all the changes that were happening outside, a lot of loss, a lot of grief, and a lot of anxiety, thinking what will happen. And that has not ended yet. We're still absolutely dealing with it. We don't know what will happen. Suddenly we were all at home, and there was no help, and everybody together in a family, and there was at least space from each other when the world was open. And suddenly we were all sort of in a pressure cooker situation, and things have exploded. At IBM, mindfulness has been, and many other organizations that I know, mindfulness has been at IBM mainstream for many, many years. And so Corona may have accelerated it, but it was definitely there much before that. And the reason clearly is that, as Sapan said, it absolutely started with wellness. And that too, in a wherever we say wellness, it's more like we've heard it, we've read it, it's good for wellness. We're not really sure why, how, but yeah, it's good for wellness. So let's start inviting people who are mindfulness meditation experts, and let people do it organically, whoever is interested. But what IBM did a few years ago is that we included mindfulness actually as a mandate for orientation of our executives worldwide. So people actually travel to the United States for now, and for till Corona started, and they would go through a 1 week long program, and it was continued. It was sustained for many, many leaders and managers. And the reason we did that is clearly that we understand that self-awareness, being more centered and anchored in the self, is the only key for a transformed behavior, because we really want our leaders to have their hearts and their heads and their hands together at work or in their personal life. And if they're only involved with the head, which is the thinking center is thinking about work, that is not enough. We really need their hearts and hands as well. And mindfulness is the only way where you are tuned with your body, with your thoughts, with your feelings. And then things well up, ideas well up from within, wellness wells up from within, and work happens beyond our imagination. So you can only do this much with the mind alone. And mindfulness helps leaders do so much more with their hearts and hands and soul that comes with it. So at IBM, as I was saying, that it has become, now we actually do courses. We've done 2 mindfulness summits within IBM worldwide. We do courses which are quite regular. We have weekly classes for various teams. Of course, it is still not a mandate for people to attend it. It can't be, not for everyone. It was only for executives that it's included in the orientation program. But it is clearly something that people want to attend week after week, day after day. And the good thing about how we do it, we don't just start with silence. We don't just tell people to sit silently and close their eyes and look at their breath. That, like Sapan just did a small exercise with us. We include a lot of active, semi-active, passive techniques, because not all techniques, or not the same technique, would suit everyone. While silence just in the beginning would suit a few, the modern mind is made as such that our mind is always thinking about the past or the future. So we need something more active or semi-active to anchor us within. So some activity, it could be dance, it could be laughter, it could be breathing exercises, it could be creative body movements, it could be absolutely anything which is slightly more physical in nature. And then we move to silence, and that helps, especially in organizations like ours, where the population is more towards the younger generation. We have more millennials, and that is true about, of course, our part of the world. So it becomes, so now the case is that people really, without it being a mandate, people really come to these classes. People want to practice it every day. People want to really understand if it's possible to be in a situation, whether it's Corona today or something else tomorrow. These changes will not stop. The world will not stop with its ups and downs. But if there's something which can anchor us within, which can actually tell us that this too shall pass. And I'm very, very proud of the summit today, of all the organizations that are actually pioneering mindfulness, meditation, individual leaders who are doing it. I know of many, many leaders who've started practicing mindfulness, especially since last year, and they see a clear difference. They absolutely see a clear difference in how they take decisions, how they are undisturbed with the ups and downs of life that happens. And it doesn't mean that they don't feel sadness or they don't feel joy. What it means is they're more alive, but at the end of the day, they also have a corner in their heart, deep in their heart, deep in their core. This too shall pass. So many congratulations, Sapan and Digital HR for doing this. And I'm so very excited to be hearing the other leaders and so very excited to be practicing myself. Back to you, Vrinda.
Great. That was something insightful, talking about how IBM has been leading their journey. Thank you so much for those words, Prachi. Also, I just wanted to let everybody know that we would be having a Q&A session towards the end of every segment. And we have two chat windows with us, one for the Q&A section, where you can post any questions that you want from time and again, and other is for any communication or chat you want to have with the panel members or with the organizers. With this, we will be moving ahead to the next speaker that we have, Ms. Sebati. She is the People and Organization Director at Royal Canin. She will be sharing with us a case study on Royal Canin that will talk about the wellness at workplace with mindfulness. Sebati is a business leader with rich experience in deploying human resource practices and tools to nurture successful and sustainable businesses. She loves to mentor budding human resource professionals and enjoys writing and sharing thoughts. Over to you, Sebati.
Thank you so much, Vrinda. And hi, everyone. It's a pleasure and a delight to be here. I'd like to start with these few lines. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope that someday you'll join me and the world will be as one. This is a very famous song, Imagine, by John Lennon. It is particularly relevant for people who are passionate about topics like mindfulness, because we really believe that it's possible for all of us to be more peaceful and organizations to be a better version of themselves as well. My name is Sebati. I'm happy to share the journey that I had at my organization, Royal Canin. I lead people and organization here. Royal Canin is part of Mars globally. And we really believe in this vision of the world that we want tomorrow starts with the way that we do business today. So at the very onset, well-being is very integral to the way that Royal Canin and Mars operate. And that really helped this journey. Let me talk a little bit about what we did, when we did, how we did it, and happy to take any questions. Please feel free to keep this interactive, put your questions in the chat, and I'll answer them as I go along. So the specific journey that I'm talking about happened this year in May and June. We were in the middle of a devastating COVID second wave. Every member of the organization was affected in some way or the other. I know that all of you also would have felt the impact where things just seemed really dark and gloomy. Work from home had also been happening for more than a year, which meant that there was some bit of exhaustion creeping in from just doing work online, not being able to meet colleagues. And people were talking about mental health. That was clearly a priority, but leaders really needed a language of what is mental health, what is mental well-being, how do we go about it? So sometimes the intent might be there, but the language was missing. And that's the space where I connected with Sapan and we designed something for Royal Canin. What did we do? We had a 7-week mindfulness training journey. This is quite important. Many leaders believe that it's good enough to give an introduction. We can't really make stuff mandatory. They do one session and then they feel that now people are all aware. Now we are going to have a mindful set of associates. There'll be less fights in the organization. But alas, habit change takes time. So right at the beginning, we decided that we would keep it 7 weeks. The first session was mandated and everybody joined in. It was an introduction to mindfulness. Subsequent sessions were optional. It was kept on a Saturday. But we did have a fairly large amount of the organization participating out of their own volition. During the week, we shared multiple articles on what are the different benefits about mindfulness. And we kept doing different polls to help people get aware of what are the practices they themselves have. How mindful are they really when they are living their life? And also how mindful are they in taking back some of the lessons from their Saturday practices? So it's not just enough to attend, but how much are they doing? So this was our journey, sharing a little about what we learned. So language is quite important. And I think the first thing that all of us together learned was what mindfulness is all about, which is awareness, attention, and acceptance. And this itself was a huge benefit for associates, because so far they had these fuzzy ideas. Is it only meditation? Is it religious? Is it something that I can really do? And how will this help me? So when we talk about awareness, attention, and acceptance, it becomes clear and simple of what it really means. We also talked about the importance of taking breaks in any day. We talked about the fight or flight syndrome and the way that our brains are structured and why it is so important to bring mindfulness so that we can be the best version of ourselves. We saw how anxiety could sometimes overtake people. We learned concepts like metacognition, which is observing how we think. And again, that really helped associates figure out, okay, this is something I can do in real life. It's not something that is very strange, but I know that next time that I'm anxiety, I have to take a step back and I have to observe my own thoughts, and things can be simpler. So it was a combination of tools, topics, techniques, and practice, which helped. And we gave a lot of references of how this is applicable across different fields as well. Now, what was the impact? I have just shared what my associates have shared. Overall, there was huge positivity, not just immediately after the program, but it's been a few months since then. And many associates have come back and shared that it was really needed. It really helped. This was a time when people were losing loved ones, and it was very difficult to talk about the pain that some people were going through. And people came back and shared that because of this kind of a sustained intervention, they were able to come out of what was a otherwise challenging situation for them personally. So a lot of impact that was created. For HR practitioners and for leaders who are really thinking about starting out on their mindfulness journey at the organization, these are some of the design principles that I and Sapan kept in mind as we designed the whole intervention. The very first one is that it's a skill. And whenever we talk about any skill, we talk about cooking, we talk about cycling, we talk about playing the guitar, it requires practice. So watching MasterChef Australia is not going to make us great cooks. And similarly, attending programs by Sapan is not going to make us mindful. We have to practice ourselves. So hence, we deliberately made it 7 weeks so that people got adequate practice, and that's something we encouraged. We also felt it was important to cater to all kinds of learners. So some people learn better when they see things, some people learn better by hearing, some by practicing, and we kind of kept it a mix. There is enough research now on behavioral economics, which talks about how nudges can help behavior change. And the whole polling technique that we used was based on that. Peer learning also is a big one. So we had good sponsorship from the general manager of our organization who attended every single session, and that he himself shared his experience. So that helped. And finally, measuring impact. This is my final slide. I know that many of you must be familiar with ADKAR model for change, which talks about awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. And whenever there's a gap in any of these, the change doesn't stick. If I really look at our journey around mindfulness, I think where we could have perhaps done even more is reinforcement. So my provocation to all of you here is that we can think about mindfulness training just as we think about sales training. So when we talk about functional training in your organization, you do it every month, every quarter, every year. You kind of keep at it till it becomes a skill. Whereas for mindfulness, we just talk about awareness and then do not take it further. I think it's an encouragement to all of us to think about it in a little more structured way and see how we can measure results. The reinforcement really helps if we are serious about bringing about this change. These are some of the dilemmas that I went through, and I'm sure all of you will go through as you navigate your journeys. Role modeling and sponsorship was important. We had the general manager, but we didn't have it from some of the other leaders. So how do we present a unified picture where all leaders are passionate about the topic? Mandatory versus optional is another one that we keep talking about. My predecessor said we can't make it mandatory, and I wonder why. But I know it's still in the space of good to do, but not must do, and we dealt with it. How long should we reinforce and how should we measure progress? So we had our solutions, but it's something that we should co-create as well. With that, thank you so much, Sapan, for this opportunity. I definitely hope that this journey continues and we build a community together where mindfulness becomes very, very commonplace in all our organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebati, for sharing that journey with us. It definitely helps us understand how mindfulness helps an organization in transform themselves. With this, now we come to the final session for this segment, and we have with us Dr. Karan Thakur, Vice President, Operations and Communications at Indraprastha Apollo Hospitals. He will share his views on the future of mindfulness, writer and policy expert on healthcare and an alumnus of National Law University, Delhi. He specializes in the area of hospital operations, project management, healthcare policy, public-private partnerships, human resources. Over to you, Dr. Karan.
Hi, thank you so much, Vrinda. I just request you to pull up my presentation if that's possible, please.
Sure, I'll just do that.
Yeah. So as we begin this conversation about the future of mindfulness at the workplace and in wellness as a whole, I'd just like to step back and thank the organizers for first conceptualizing this unique concept around mindfulness and how this can really create an impact for individuals, for employers and employees. And as we begin, I'd just like to quote one of my most favorite philosophers that I often refer to, in fact, probably daily, is Marcus Aurelius and his meditations. And I refer to book 4, verse 4, where he talks about man seeks retreats for himself in the country, by the sea, in the hills. And you yourself are particularly prone to this yearning. But all this is quite unphilosophical. When it is open to you at any time you want to retreat into yourself. No retreat offers at any time something as quiet and that gives so much relaxation as does your own mind and puts you to complete and immediate ease. So constantly give yourself this retreat and renew yourselves. And this was, mind you, written over 2000 years ago. And it just shows the power that we have within us, that we can apply to our lives, professional, personal, and make a difference. And so I just, as the previous speakers have brilliantly outlined to us, what you can do at the workplace to make employees more mindful and also make them more mindful about the entire practice of mindfulness and how it can impact them and change their lives, helps us to now segue into what the future holds for mindfulness in the larger realm of wellness. Can you just change the slide, please? So this brings us to this question about, so what is mindfulness when we put it up against wellness? Well, some might say mindful is wellness. They are quite similar interchangeable terms. Others might think that mindfulness is somehow in some ways greater or better than wellness. Others might think, well, no, that is just a very small part of wellness, and therefore wellness is larger in terms of its ambit, and mindfulness becomes a part of it. These are some of the paradigms that one discusses when you look at mindfulness and wellness and therefore try to chart the future. The next slide, please. But I think what is required is to step back and look at both of these in some sort of granularity, as widely defined as possible, though. Wellness includes the physical, mental, psychological aspects which HR practitioners and organizations have done fairly well in terms of health checks, in terms of off-sites, in terms of physical fitness routines. These have been done, and thankfully so, in the past 10 years or so, to become sacrosanct part of any program of engagement between an organization and their employees. But if you look at what is mindfulness, mindfulness is actually the whole of the person approach. Yes, it includes all the aspects of physical, mental, psychological aspects of a person, but then it actually ties this all together into a whole of the person approach, as I would like to call it. And that really gives us the mindfulness as we know it today. Next slide, please. Therefore, the need for a new paradigm. And this new paradigm is that mindfulness in wellness, and wellness is mindfulness. We cannot separate out the two and expect them to operate as independent silos. And as was referred by the speakers previously, it has become very much part of the entire package that is there for any employer to offer to its employees for changing how we look at what wellness can mean. And this needs to be done in a secular tradition, non-religious tradition, non-judgmental way of what people need in terms of their mindfulness for themselves. Therefore, it needs to be organization-wide, yet it needs to be personalized. It needs to be non-judgmental, yet it needs to understand what are the needs of a person who undergoes a mindful practice or wants to learn more about it. Next slide, please. And therefore, what this would include is an entire relook at what we see as our approach towards wellness packages towards employees, or even how we ourselves look at mindfulness. I think there is a need to relook the Maslow hierarchy on social needs and wants. We have never included mindfulness in those social needs that we have. We've looked at physical needs, we've looked at economic means, we have looked at social acceptabilities, we have looked at our own standing, our own self-esteem, but we've never looked at how mindfulness plays an important role in this entire hierarchy of the human need. And therefore, as practitioners, HR practitioners, as any type of practitioners in any organization, we must tell people that mindfulness is important in your entire sociological needs as you put it out. So please look, where can you put in mindfulness, because it is that important in the entire new hierarchy of needs. The second is we need to look at the fact that we live in a fast-paced life, yet we are asking employees, friends, family members to slow down. And sometimes that can look jarring, because somebody can look at us and say, well, you know what, I'm inundated with emails, I've got phone calls, I've got multiple time zones that I operate in and within, and here you are talking about slowing down, about keeping the pace at which you can really keep up. And there is a conflict that we need to resolve, because the slow movement in the fast-paced world is what we need to teach people, and becoming more mindful by letting go of the earlier paradigms of multitasking, of having multiple screens and managing multiple things at one time, has proven to be both detrimental to one's own mental health and well-being, and also detrimental to the larger productivity of the organization. So a new movement is needed within this wellness space, which takes into account the fact that the slow movement would need to keep up the fast world, would need to keep up with the slow pace of what human beings are actually meant to do. And the other thing is about now versus wherever, whenever. In this new hybrid world, there are questions about, do you need to be present here today, or are we talking about you can do this whenever, wherever? And I think as Prachi was highlighting what they've done at IBM, where you could be anywhere in the world, but you could still, come into this space of mindfulness. I think that is the way to go. And yes, as economies and workplaces and other institutions open up and we start face-to-face interactions, it would be important that we meet when we can, but that should not be a handicap for including mindfulness in the wellness paradigm. Next slide, please. So therefore, what is it that we need to do? One is that we need to think of the collective. And the collective can mean a collective as an individual and the collective as an organization. The second is we need to look at mindfulness to achieve freedoms, both to ensure that the objective of the institution versus the objective of the individual are met through mindfulness. We need to integrate all of these practices of wellness, physical wellness, mental wellness, and well-being along with mindfulness into one organized program. Second, we need to be in person, but also look at within the person. So HR practices need to be mindful about the fact that we need to be better, we have to have better understanding of what's happening within a person to create a mindfulness program within the larger wellness realm. Today it's COVID, tomorrow it could be anything else, as was spoken and referred to earlier. Therefore, the need to prepare today for the next crisis, hopefully it does not happen, but inevitably it will. And therefore, the need to build resilient organizations, which can only happen through mindfulness. And therefore, the importance of mindfulness within the wellness realm. Next slide, please. And the last bit here is about measuring success. Our older paradigms of checking, measuring success, where you do 2 mindful or you do 2 health checks a year, or you do 3 mental health sessions a year per employee, will not do. We need to make sure that we have newer tools to measure success. And I'm very happy that Monk at Work is actually working on such tools, which should become very much part of our regular practice, assessments, and training. Next slide, please. And with that, I'd just like to bring this to the end. And I would like to thank the organizers once again for having me here. And I am sure that as our tribe grows, the mindfulness revolution will also grow. And we will all create organizations where people are happily mindful rather than having to do this as a chore. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karan. Those were quite an interesting observations that you shared with all of us. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Tapan Shrimal to host the interaction of the segment for the speakers and the audience.
Thanks, Vrinda. So now it's time we all, from the first segment, come together and bring the thoughts together and answer some of the questions as possibly may have come up. One question that I can clearly see is around, there's a lot of talk about being non-judgmental, and I think the question is about how. So, and very nice that somebody is asking how, because it's always a wish list, but how? So I would request all 3 of you actually to share your perspective on the how part of being non-judgmental and your own experience possibly around it.
I can take a dig at it first, Sapan.
Please.
So Nadira, thank you for asking that question. That's wonderful. What has worked for me over the years of meditation practice is that I realized that we are conditioned, our mind is conditioned to judge. So it's not really a decision, it just happens. The moment you see let's say a person who's different from us, or doing something different from us, or looking different from us, or is let's say on education very different from us, it could be lower, higher, or similar, we are just trained, the mind is unconsciously trained to have that bias. So it's completely unconscious. What we can do is be aware of it. So for example, if a word nurse is taken, how come my mind only thinks of a woman? The image of a woman comes to my mind. What a surprise. And it's really important for me to watch it. So there are 2 ways. One, the image of a woman comes to my mind if the word nurse is taken and I'm completely unaware of it. I don't really care about it and I go on with my life. And therefore my decisions are such that the moment somebody comes back from maternity, I will say, oh, no, don't give her an important role. Let her be. She needs to relax a little bit. And I give that role to another gender in my team. And I didn't even ask the lady if if she was willing to do that role or not. So completely I misjudged the lady and didn't even ask her. So and the other option is that I will still have that judgment. My mind may think that, oh, she's just come back from maternity, would she be able to do the role? And because I'm aware of it, because I'm mindful that my mind is thinking like that, I will go to the person and say, hey, would you like to, this is an opportunity, would you like to do it? Or every time you don't have to talk to the person, you can just see that the image of a woman comes to my mind when the word nurse is taken. The more I'm watchful, the more I'm aware, there'll be a gap between my thinking and me, and therefore my decisions will be more informed and stable. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Prachi. I think that was quite interesting, and I think Nadira also responded to it. And Sebati, Dr. Karan, if you would like to add on anything on that.
Sure. I can fully agree with the way Prachi described it. It is a difficult journey. I can vouch, having been on this journey myself, that it is not easy. I think it's particularly not easy to be non-judgmental towards people whom you don't like or people who are distant. It's easier for people who are closer to you. But we all, as humans, we have a tendency that we like the people who like us. We don't like the people who do not like us. And non-judgmental really means having that kind of compassion and having that kind of acceptance for everybody, no matter how we feel about them, because that's just a consequence of circumstance, or no matter how far or near they are. So, my family, yes, they are great, but somebody who's there in Syria, we can't really care about them. So it's about expanding our scope of acceptance. As a HR professional, I can say that there's sometimes this so-called distinction, because we are always judging people or we are always assessing people. So while hiring, while promoting, while taking a transfer decision, while taking a rating decision, it's all assessment all the time about competencies, about capabilities, about future potential. So I think one personal reconciliation that I had to do in my own mind is how I can be impartial and clear in my assessment, but at the same time, accept that person wholeheartedly and accept that person with whatever are the strengths and with whatever are the shortcomings, and make sure that one is fair to that person, no matter how the final outcome of the assessment is. So that's a tricky one. I think leaders and HR and I think almost everybody else in some sense will hit this piece where I'm assessing somebody, but I also have to accept that person. But if it is reconciled in one's mind, it's easy that I accept that person with all our faults. And I find that it's easier to take the example of family. I mean, we find it easier to do with kids. We find it easier to do with our parents, our siblings, because we love them so much. So we can accept and judge or assess at the same time. And if I just extend that lens to the rest of the world, that's the direction, I feel.
So I'd just like to add here that, unfortunately, due to COVID-19, one saw so much disease, death, destruction, which impacted so many people. I'd like to just contextualize that to the larger question on being non-judgmental vis-a-vis healthcare workers. We started a program called the Second Victim Program, where, and this was prior to the to COVID-19, where it was okay to talk about, things that you might have done which you think have contributed to a poorer outcome in a patient. So what happens is you have a nurse or a doctor who is taking care of a patient, and unfortunately that patient does not do well, or there is something which is irreversible that happens. They tend to blame themselves for not having done enough, and they would become the second victims in that sense. And we started a program where we said it's okay to talk about it, talk it out with your peers, talk it out with anybody senior, talk it out with a professional if you would like to discuss this, both for your own good, and also what it did was the person you spoke to also realizes that this is normal and it's okay. It does happen in a working environment, and what that does is over time it leads you to be less non-judgmental, or become more non-judgmental about other people, about mistakes, about yourself also. So this is one way where you could you could do it. And yes, it's worked in a healthcare setting. And I feel that, that is one hard way of doing it, other than, what was spoken about earlier.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think such wonderful perspectives on the non-judgmental part, and I think the how part that is important. Some really nice insights and experiences. One question actually, and I think which keeps coming to us again and again. So while there is a lot of awareness about that mindfulness helps in wellness, but I'm sure we all in the corporate setting have faced the challenge of convincing our stakeholders. There's always a little inertia or resistance. And if you would like to just talk about the challenge and possible some way of overcoming, some quick way. I know there may not be the complete clear answer, but with your experience, what do you think has worked for you?
Okay, I'll go first again if you're okay with that. What has worked with us at IBM is that one, we've not really mandated programs, because this has to be voluntary. This has to be felt as a need, and therefore people should come. And it has worked wonders for us, because people come even more because we don't mandate it, and we simply tell them what we are going to do and what will be the benefits of attending a workshop or doing mindfulness, practicing mindfulness on a regular basis. And our sessions, for example, we did a laughter, yoga and silence session recently, and we actually do it every week now. And we have some 70 people approximately from worldwide, Indian time afternoon. So you can just imagine the kind of, and people write to us that please don't discontinue it, continue it, because we really look forward to every Wednesday, because you do this laughter yoga and laughter and silence sessions. So one is not mandating it. Another is different techniques for different people has worked for us. And leaders are the same. Ultimately, they're all people. Whether you are the CEO of the company or a janitor in the organization, you are a human being first. So we're not trying to force silence on anyone. Some people would like to laugh, some people would like to dance, some people would like to sing, some people would like to just run and sit in silence. Some people will just simply sit in silence. Some people will just do some movements and sit in silence. So offering different kind of techniques to be present, to be in the here and now. And the third, very, very important, is how do we link it? People actually see what are the benefits. I feel more decisive, I feel more anchored, I feel more joyous, I feel more peaceful. So showcasing those stories across. And we always have the buy-in from leaders, well, most of the leaders. And if people are not interested, we don't really push them, we give them time. So that has worked, at least for us.
Really wonderful, Prachi. Yeah, I think Sebati, would you like to go again?
Yes, so sponsorship is challenging in any change project. Sometimes the sponsors don't know that they have to play a sponsoring role. It really boils down to where the level of resistance is. And I find that talking to the set of sponsors and understanding that granularity of where the resistance is sometimes is important in overcoming it. Now, what do I mean by that? For some, it might just be mindfulness doesn't work. This is all very touchy-feely. This doesn't work. Others may feel, yes, it works. It has huge impact, but it's a personal thing. Company should not get into it. Or even if company is getting into it, HR should do it. I don't want to play a role in it. I do not want to be front-facing. I do not want to be a role model in this. Or it could be, oh, yes, I want to be a role model. This all works, but I don't have time. My team doesn't have time. It becomes like a time-related discussion. Or there could be a question on how will we measure? What is the effectiveness? Let's keep personal things in a different space and official things in a different space, where we can measure effectiveness. So the deeper you understand the sponsor and where that particular resistance is, I think it's easier to then break it down. I think there are answers and solutions for all of these that I mentioned. But the wrong technique, giving the right answer to the wrong question is sometimes where the sponsorship is lacking. It becomes a problem. And the other piece is that it's okay really to start small. It would be a wish list to say that every leader in the company has to be convinced and only then we will start. but sometimes it's okay just with a couple of leaders, and it's probably easier to find that, and then kind of let the snowball effect take its course. So that would be from my side on convincing sponsors to take this up.
I'd just like to add that in a healthcare organization, science behind mindfulness worked. A lot of our doctors, nurses, for them, I think they're very science-oriented, science-anchored. And if we take it beyond what Sebati was saying about being touchy-feely and more about the science, we found some acceptance levels rising. But as she said, it's not going to be a cookie-cutter approach, one size fits all. So we need to do different things for different people.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think the way Sebati mentioned about all the challenges and also talking about the starting small, and then Prachi mentioning about how actually Prachi gives some very interesting aspects in terms of how it can be strengthened and sustained for a longer period. And again, Dr. Karan mentioning about using science. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges I think today that we have, because most of the people feel mindfulness to be a touchy-feely thing. We don't get on the front page news that 8 weeks of mindfulness practice can literally change your brain. I mean, the prefrontal cortex becomes thicker. So, and this is done by Sara Lazar, who is from Harvard. And so these stories, unfortunately, don't come on the front page and front news, which we should actually keep getting to know. So great. Thank you so much. I think with this, we are coming towards the end of the segment 1. And not the complete end. We actually have something interesting now, but look at the segment. So as we said, the story, now at this point of time, we are all a little bit more aware, have more insights in terms of there is something concrete happening in the organization. So it is beyond those 1 hour, 2 hour orientation sessions. Organizations are using mindfulness for wellness in a larger way. That's already been happening. And as Prachi was mentioning about the industry growing big, I think that we are already seeing. And very soon, we will be shifting our gears towards saying beyond wellness. Can we actually go beyond wellness? And very soon we are going to shift gears towards performance and effectiveness. But before we go there, we have something interesting, because we should get the practical technique out of anything that we do. And over to you, Vrinda, what's next for us?
That was indeed a quite informative session that we've had, and the conversations that were there. And thank you so much, audience, for those questions as well. Now, with this, we have something interesting in store for all of us. A micro experiential session by Komal Sodhi, who is an ardent practitioner of yoga and also founder of Komal Yoga and Fitness, running her own studio in Gurgaon, where she teaches yoga to a range of clients, kids, adults, and senior citizens, to people who need therapeutic yoga, who are suffering from various physical and mental ailments. Over to you, Komal.
Namaste. Thank you for having me over. Today we are going to experience a small session on mindful meditation, and I call it mental noting. So before we begin, I would like to invite everyone to come and sit up in a tall and dignified manner. So wherever you are, just try to straighten up, pull your spine upright, and just relax your shoulders. And as you're ready in this position, just allow your eyes to close. And if you do not wish to close your eyes, you can just a soft gaze on the point in the floor in front of you. And let's now start to shift the attention inwards. So I would like to invite everyone to take a few deep breaths. Inhale and completely exhale. So we are only breathing through the nose. So inhale through the nose and exhale out through the nose. So just allow the gravity of your breath to pull you into this present moment, into the now. So I'm just going to guide you how to breathe, because we normally in our day-to-day life, we practice very shallow breathing. So just a little practice on how to slow it down a little bit. So inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. So try to maintain this pace of breathing. And as you take a couple more of these long, deep breaths, simply allow everything outside of that breath to go out of focus, to disappear. Like you're taking a little vacation, a little retreat in the midst of your day, in the midst of this summit. You're taking a few minutes to go on a short retreat. So nice and easily rest your attention on that anchor of your breath, feeling the breath move in and out through the nose, becoming aware of the texture and quality of your breath. Perhaps your breath feels cool as it passes through your nose, perhaps feels warmer as it exits out from your nose. So on some days, the breath naturally feels fluid, like a wave. And on other days, depending on our mental or emotional state, our breath might feel a little choppy or a little suppressed. So without really changing anything, without forcing the breath to flow in a particular manner, just let your breathing flow in its own natural, organic way. In your mind and in your breath, just allowing it to fuse together, to become one. So within today's mental noting practice, we'll continue to use the breath as an anchor. But periodically, it is very normal for the mind to begin to drift away from the path of the breath. So anytime this happens, this becomes your experience, just very gently, very kindly note whatever that thought is. So for example, if your mind starts thinking about items to cross off your to-do list, very quickly, very internally, you could repeat the word planning, planning, and then return your attention back to that anchor of your breath. Sometimes you may notice how the mind reverts back into something that happened earlier in the day or earlier in the week. And you can put a general label around it: past, past, or future, future. Sometimes your mind may become distracted, but you're not exactly sure what kind of label to put on it. Then you could even internally say, I don't know, don't know. And then again, return the focus back to your breath. In addition to being able to note your thoughts, sometimes it may take the form of a feeling or an emotional quality. Sometimes we think about a conversation that we've had, and that can bring up joy or frustration or perhaps anger. So you can also note these feelings that arise each time you come back to your breath. It's like you're turning back home, back to your center. And it doesn't matter how often the mind drifts away, or you spend this whole practice just chasing after the mind, doing mental noting. All that matters is that you continue to move through this practice and continue to train your mind. Like an athlete moving through their drills, the musician moving through their scales, we are moving through these powerful ancient techniques as a way to cultivate mindfulness. The next time your mind starts to drift away, take a few deeper breaths in and out through your nose, as if your breath can rein the mind back in. At certain points about now, you may even notice sensations in your body. And then you can label that as well by silently whispering to yourself, aching or spaciousness. And then once again, bring the attention back to your breath. The Zen monk Suzuki Roshi said, when you realize that everything changes, you find your composure within it, or you find your nirvana in it. So this entire practice is not to become entangled within the thoughts or the feelings and the sensations, but to have that freedom from a place of perspective. As you move into the rest of your day, or whenever you feel distracted or entangled in your thoughts or your feelings or your sensations, try to come back to that state of being a witness, a space of spaciousness. Just noticing that all this stuff, this changing, this flowing, this appearing, this disappearing, you can just watch it without getting caught up within it or ensnared within the web of those thoughts. That is where your freedom lies. You may continue to take a few more deep breaths in this manner. And now very gently come back into the sensation of your body. Take another deep breath. Inhale and exhale. You may gently open your eyes. Thank you very much. Thank you for participating in these few minutes of mindfulness with me. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, Komal. That was indeed soothing for a Friday afternoon for all of us. With this, we conclude our first segment and we move forward to the next. The next segment, we will talk about work leadership. And I would like to invite Ms. Janet James, Head of Organization and Leadership Development at Aster DM Healthcare to share her insights on mindfulness and performance, discovering the connect. Janet has more than 2 decades of experience in diverse industries like IT, ITES, BFSI, healthcare, FMCG, manufacturing, and pharma. She has held global leadership positions accountable for enterprise-wide leadership development, L&OD, and diverse change management initiatives. Over to you, Janet.
Hi, thank you for that introduction, Brinda. Sapan, thanks again for having me. Truly an honor and a pleasure to be connecting with everyone who has joined us. Like Brinda said, I'm in Aster DM Healthcare and I'm based out of Dubai. And it's my weekend and I can't think of a better way to spend the weekend than with all of you here, talking about a topic that is so critical for all of us. It's evident, right? Like here, we have this group spending over 4 hours plus discussing and understanding mindfulness. So it is a critical agenda for us as individuals and as representatives of your organization. I'd actually like to talk more and highlight more about the impact of mindfulness and organization and individual performance, because there is a clear linkage. And I will use studies, case studies, my own experiences to highlight that, to illustrate that, and also want to leave you with some tools, with some insights to take it forward, because I think that's going to be very critical for all of us. I see all of us as change agents and evangelists of mindfulness post this summit. Just give me a minute. I am going to share my screen. And do tell me if you can see my presentation. Sorry, just give me a minute, please. How's it been so far though, Sapan? How's it going? I'm just putting you into the conversation, yes? I did see a little bit of the yoga thing happening.
Love to be in the conversation, Janet. I think it's wonderful.
Okay.
Full background has been set by Sebati, Prachi, and Dr. Karan. So now looking forward to the segment.
Okay, super. I wanted to start with the business case on why mindfulness, right? And according to WHO, stress costs American businesses over $300 billion every year. And depression and anxiety costs us almost $1 trillion per year in lost productivity. I don't know about all of you, but when I got this research, I had to take a minute to pause and just let the severity or the gravity of this sink in and really say, oh my God, like mindfulness should be something we should be doing right away. Of course, there are more positive consequences to it as well. There's a lot of research and studies that show the linkage of higher or increased mindfulness to increased employee engagement. Employee engagement in very simple words is how invested is each one of you or each of your employees in the job, emotionally invested, behaviorally, as well as intellectually. And the more engaged they are, there's lower turnover and there's much higher productivity as well. There is a direct linkage to how all of us cope with organizational change too. More mindful employees and managers are more open to change. They're more focused, objective, and rational. And I know for each one of us here, and more so because of COVID, we're living with so much more uncertainty and ambiguity. So learning to live and positively cope with change is such a critical mindset for us, and mindfulness drives that as well. There are some recent case studies on nurses and doctors, and they did some, control group studies there. So there was this nursing unit. So a part of them went through a mindfulness intervention, and there was a control group in the same unit that didn't do it. And after a period of time, with the non-control group, they saw a significant improvement in the levels of stress and anxiety. And that led to better patient experiences. All of us have been patients or caretakers in some avatar or in some time in our lives. So can you see the impact of it on critical roles too? There's physicians, a group of 30 physicians, your clinicians, your doctors, who went through something like this too. And 9 months later, there was a reduction in the indicators of depression and anxiety. With all of this, I really want to say that it is important for an individual employee, for the organization, for the business, for the manager, for the leader. It is that critical, and it is an immediate need or call to action. But surprisingly, even with all of this, there's not much research on the linkage or the intersection between mindfulness and productivity. It's very often looked at as an antithesis, actually. It says, nah, they go in separate ways. But there is a very strong intersection of that. A lot of people think that mindfulness is something where you have to take time away from what you're doing and dedicate that time to build the mindfulness. However, that's not the case. That's one of the ways to do it, like meditation and yoga. Mindful productivity is really about doing it on a daily basis. How do you integrate it as a daily habit, a daily mindset? So what is mindful productivity? It is you, in a nutshell, it's you being in the present moment. And I'm really hoping that that's how you are right now, that that's your state right now, that you are so aware and attuned to what's happening around you, the world around you. Remember, there's an external and internal world. So what's happening around you, your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions, and through all of it, calmly acknowledging and accepting it, because we go through a roller coaster of emotions through every day. But through the ups and downs, you're calmly just saying, okay, I'm going through this, accepting it and moving on. So that's really what mindful productivity is. And in that process of clearly seeing the present moment, you're not pausing, right? That's again linked to that myth that you have to pause. Of course, you can do that, but you can be in action and be mindful. Because right now, for example, I'm so focused on being mindful on what I'm saying, what I'm thinking. I'm trying really hard not to think about what I'm going to say next, but really focus on what I'm saying right now so I can build that engagement with you, right? So it is about, through the action also, you are bringing in that sense of mindful productivity. There are continuous advantages of mindful productivity on how it gives us new perspectives. It helps us enjoy work. Work is, I think, like 60-70% of our life, if not more. Can we not make that a better place for us? It helps us make better decisions. We have higher attention, and there's enough scientific research around it. It's about the prefrontal cortex that takes in the information and helps you make more decisions, more effective decisions. So clearly, there's so many advantages to it. And again, if I have to say what mindful productivity is in a nutshell, it is the power of now. I don't know how many of you have read the book, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, but he talks about being so intensely present in the now that you come from a level of very deep consciousness and with an ease of joy and life in our day-to-day. And even when I read it, I was like, oh my God, I want to feel and transmit this kind of joy and be in this state on a more regular basis, ambitiously every day, but realistically saying more days than not. So how do we do this? Because at the end, we're more than aware that we have really busy days. It's not just work, but it's also personal. Many of you are juggling many roles, and with a hybrid or the work from home model, there is no boundary on where work starts and stops. So it's all blurred lines, blurred boundaries. So how do you do this? The good news is that it takes the smallest steps to do it. And I'm just going to share a few tips. Some of you already know. And it's about that awareness to action as well, because it's about practicing it. Because if you don't practice it, then it's not helping. It's not helping you be more mindful. And remember, when I'm giving you tips or sharing some of my experiences, it's also with the endeavor that you're able to do it for yourself and then cascade that to people around you. Remember, I said we're mindful evangelists. So if you're handling teams, if you're in critical roles where you affect many people, internal and external, how are you able to cascade this to other people? Because at the end, what we need right now in today's world is a much, much more mindful world. I'm not going to talk about all the 6 points that I hear. I'm going to talk about a few. And of course, if you have any queries, you can always feel free to share them now or towards the end. I'm going to pick up the first one, which is presence, which is all of us very often are trapped between the past, worrying about the past, worrying about the future, instead of being in the gift of the now or the present, which is now. And just be aware that at the end, just psychologically, negative memories and emotions stay with us a lot more. It's a lot more detailed. So we remember incidents and events where we've felt scared, felt sad, etc. So that is intrinsically how we're wired. But the good news is you can't change that, right? And that is by constantly coming to the now. And sometimes it's just really about just physically saying, okay, where am I now? What can I see around me, etc. But I want to leave you with a tool that's called the not a day exercise, especially to handle these high negative emotions and events. And it's such a simple thing. It's about journaling, right? And you ask yourself these questions on what happened? What was that event? How did you feel then? How do you feel now? How would you like to feel? And that very often is, I want to stop thinking this way about this event. I want to move on. There is that frustration. And what can you take to bridge that gap? And remember, it's not like you do this one and it's over. Oh my God, now I'm cleansed. That's not the case. I can talk about a recent episode where I thought I had handled something that was a really negative event at work. But recently there was another trigger and I started talking about that same event with almost the same emotion. So it will come up. And in prep for this, by the way, I sat and did this exercise for myself. And I saw that there's still a little more that I need to do. So please be kind to yourself and know that this is a continuous process. It's not like you do it once and it's over with. And see how you can constantly be present in the now to see what's working instead of what's not working, and reframing your stories for yourself as well as others accordingly. The other one is the controversial multitasking. I'm a firm believer of it. Effective multitasking is a myth, does not exist. You're not being effective for multitasking. If right now, for example, and this is virtual, right? You could be doing multiple things. Trust me, you're not fully focused and fully productive and at your best in this moment. The people who have sustained success nowadays are people who can focus, think, execute, move on, and they're ready to do it again and again. These are your people who will be the ones who will have that success and stand apart. And the next speaker, my colleague Sumit, will be talking about deep work, which elaborates on this a lot more. Curiosity. I'm sure many of you have children and you can take yourself back to a time when you were children yourself. And remember how curious we are, or how curious children are. They want to know about everything, the why. Why is it this way? Why not this way? And of course, irritates some adults that way. But that curiosity really keeps them more creative and more aware. And it's really sad that as adults, that dips. And by the way, the dip is from, you have it at 98% plus, and it dips to 5% below as we grow older and older. So mindfulness actually requests and recommends that you balance between output and input. You ask the why, you observe, and see how you can connect it to make your life not just work-wise, but otherwise also better. So you're more creative, you're more clear and focused. And these, remember, all the adjectives that I'm using I'm pretty sure for you, you know that they're all high performance habits or traits. So it's really all about building that. I'm going to talk about metacognition. And this is an interesting concept because it's thinking about thinking or learning about learning, right? Because we very often just start our day, not just our work day, but just start any day, just get into it. You're not thinking about thinking, right? Where you're talking about, not you're talking, sorry, you're thinking about what is it that I want for the day? How does my day look like? What will success mean for me by the end of the day? And you're not just jumping into it, but taking that time. And I know that time, I think, is the biggest gift you can give someone, and it's something that most of us don't have. But trust me, if you take the time to think about thinking, you will gain time because you will be so much more productive. You'll get things done more effectively and efficiently. And then you're able to do much more and just feel so energized about it as well. There is a tool called Roam Research that I've just started using and I love it. It's an advanced version of mental mapping and or mind mapping. And you know that mind map is you think of a topic and you think of the related concepts, right? So for example, this particular topic, you think about mindfulness and productivity, business case study, what it means, etc., right? And you leave it at that because it gives you a basic structure. Roam Research takes it deeper. So it goes into each point and says, okay, what else? What more? So suddenly in front of me, I have what I call a mental atlas, right? I have made that many more connections, and I'm hoping that I'm able to add more value because of that. So this is really some of the few tips, techniques, tools, mindsets that can help you be mindful at work. I know a lot of the time we ask about how do we do this at an organization? Many organizations don't believe in this yet, or it's just difficult to do it. And I leave you with this to say that it is about doing it systematically, right? Because that is the only time you can institutionalize it. So to start with, do it for yourself, do it with your team, do it with the people you interact with more. And I can give you some small things that we're doing at Aster, but the smallest things can be the most powerful also. We're evolving in our journey of wellness and mindfulness. The team looks at the strategies as how do we improve the mindfulness for our employees from 4 aspects, right? So emotionally, mentally, physically, financially. So anything that is rolled out for the entire group across GCC and India is under these buckets, because that's where we can create that kind of engagement and impact. And we've done stuff like gratitude with an attitude, and it's just people connecting, sharing what and all they recognize around them, the people that make a difference. And we're a healthcare industry, we're under high stress environments more often than not, but people taking the time at the end of a long day to share. They talk, like our nurses and our doctors talk about what a high positive impact it has, where they're able to sit back at the end of a day and say, wait, even though my day was tough, or hey, my day was great, I can remember 1 or 2 people or events or incidents that I'm extremely grateful for. And so like that, we have different kind of initiatives. I'm just giving you one example. So that's one part. But that's not it, right? So what we're also doing is in leadership development, we're trying to see how can we make people more mindful, our leaders, our managers, because they have that impact or that effect on people. In my coaching conversations with leaders, very often stress and burnout come out as some critical issues or challenges. How do you work with them to overcome that and tell them, like, you know, if you are stressed, then you're cascading that to 100+ people. How can you be better, manage it for yourself as well as other people? And then at an organization level, we're looking at a culture project. And mindfulness is a key tenet of that. So we're looking at practices, policies, etc., that drive this. So if you can see, we're injecting different techniques or different approaches at different levels, because then it all comes together and we're able to build a stronger mindful culture. And another thing is to really see how is it that you can measure this, because the more you can measure it, the more you can report it, the better for you to get your sign-offs and to show that kind of impact as well. So those are some things that we've done at an organization level. Again, if you need more details, I'm happy to share it. But I want to leave you with two quotes from two of my favorite authors. One from the past, Albert Camus, who talks about don't just produce, right? Just be creative, be your best self, and create that kind of world. And Eckhart, who talks about the better future is now, right? So I'm really hoping through this moment, through this current moment right now, each one of us creating a better future for ourselves and the people around us. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet, for your words.
Yeah. Sorry, was my video off the whole time?
Yeah, in between it went off.
Okay, great.
It was on.
Okay.
But that's
great. Thank you. I'm waiting to hear from Sumit.
Thank you, Janet. Right. That we have our next speaker, Mr. Sumit Katyal, who is a regional leader, pension and benefits APAC at General Electric. He's here to talk about a case for deep work with mindfulness. His area of expertise have been in the area of compensation and benchmarking, and he has been associated with organizations like Accenture, PWS, TCS, and now GE. Over to you, Sumit.
Hey, thanks, Vrinda. And thank you, Sapan and Gaurav, for giving me the opportunity to be able to speak on this. And Vrinda, would you be sharing my slides?
Sure, I'll just share my screen.
Sure. Frankly, what you see of me in terms of the beard and all is not to appear wise, but I am practicing the art of pogonotrophy. So just wanted to set the record straight. And yes. So what I have the good fortune of speaking about is I got the opportunity to study a book called Deep Work by a gentleman called Cal Newport, who is a computer scientist and an AI expert, and is a professor. And he has written a lot of books. Digital minimalism is another one. And through this book, I had the opportunity. I realized a lot of things about myself in terms of, I was aghast at a lot of things that I was doing. And it made me aware of, the habits that we pick up as we work, and made me think, which I guess is the aim of every book. So I'm here to share my insights on what I've understood from this, and making a case of how deep work links up with mindfulness. So Vrinda, if you could go to the next slide, please. Right. The purpose of my talk is essentially to acquaint ourselves with the concept of deep work as propounded by Cal Newport, and to understand its importance in our personal and professional lives. And the last part, as I shared, is the linkage to mindfulness with the concept of deep work. The outcome of what I'm kind of hoping at the end of the talk would be, we understand, before we kind of go into deep work, we understand the meaning of deep, how the concept of deep work is valuable, is rare, and has a lot of meaningfulness to it. What are some of the rules for practicing deep work, and how mindfulness links up with deep work? And through the process of it all, how do we activate change for ourselves? Right. The next slide, please, Brenda. Right. So again, just to take a step back before we kind of go into deep work, we have a quest for deep, whether we realize it or not. We have a quest for deep. Now, if you take the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, the meaning of deep as an adverb means either profound, intense, far on in time, or to a great depth. And as a noun, it means a vast or immeasurable extent, or the middle or the most intense part. And with deep, we associate the word depth, which is the quality of being deep. And this desire, or this quest for depth or deepness, I mean, the quality of being, one can call it deepness, it pervades all our lives, whether it is to do with love or meaning. We desire for deep respect, desire itself, the purpose, we're looking for a deep purpose in our lives. The basic act of breathing, whenever we are, upset or whenever we are calm, we said, breathe deep, right? We desire learning and understanding, intimacy, or relationships. We seek depth in all of these aspects of our lives. So fairly logical that even in work, which is a very important facet of our lives, we would seek that. And there are these two gentlemen that I've put up their quotes for. One is, I don't need to kind of explain who he is. And the other is Neil Blumenthal, who is a 37-year-old internet entrepreneur. And what Einstein says, look deep into nature, and then you will understand better. And who are we to argue with Einstein? The second is, details matter. They create depth, and depth creates authenticity. And I think in all of our organizations, what we seek from ourselves and from our employees is authenticity. So with that framework, or with that base in mind, let's go into what is deep work. Sorry, before I go ahead, just wanted to kind of put a picture. I found this something interesting in terms of a continuum, which is there in terms of quantitative and qualitative between surface level and depth. So if you operate at the surface, there are these pieces that you're able to do, which is either identify or enumerate or describe or list surface level tasks. But as you go towards the right side of the continuum, it gets more into the relational aspects of it. How do you use your information to compare, contrast, analyze, and then apply, which is where the learning comes in. And then if you further extend it to, and that's how, innovation gets created, wherein you create, you design, you theorize because of what you have thought, learned, analyzed, and what you want to be. So there is a whole depth. So which is why depth is so important, which is the reason why Cal Newport wrote his book in 2014 or 2015. The next slide, please. Right. So again, to understand deep work, let's understand where the current state of work is. And honestly, as I said, this was light bulb moments for me in terms of the current state of our work. And if we are honest to ourselves, and I realized it, we flit between inboxes, we flit between meetings, we flit between notifications, and we flit between deadlines. I mean, we are constantly on the ball. Our days, I'm sure all of you would agree, are filled with meetings. To top it all, we are surrounded by network tools, as Cal calls it, which is essentially social media and communication tools, which degrade our capacity to remain focused. And therefore, we start to operate at different ends, and depends upon where we operate at different ends of the spectrum of shallow work, which is the opposite of deep work. And shallow work is defined by him as non-cognitively demanding, logistical style tasks, often performed while distracted. So the point that Janet made about multitasking, we are distracted and we are doing multiple things, keeping in mind, that we are doing a lot of things. And these efforts tend not to create new value in the world, and it's easy to replicate. I'll just give you a thought experiment. Think about it. And this is very sobering thought. What will happen if all the HR practitioners of this world were to go on strike? I guarantee you the world will move as is. But try and get the sanitation workers in any city to strike. In 6 days, the city will be on its knees. And this actually happened in the city of New York, wherein they struck work in 1969, and the whole of NYC was on its knees. The point I'm trying to say is, it's not to sound nihilistic or to say that what we're doing is wrong. It is to understand that, are we creating new value in the world? That is the point. A very important point, and we need to ask ourselves, is a lot of what we do, and I realize that for myself, are the markers of busyness. We are busy, and there's no two ways about it, but are we productive? And a lot of times our activity or articulation of the activity is conflated as achievement because of the fact that we are doing so many things. So this is, in a lot of ways, the current state of work. Now, what is the implications and impact of all of this? Cal has used a very interesting phrase. He said, we work like human network routers, in which we kind of passing mails or instructions or whatever else, and we're behaving like routers, and we are succumbing to attention traps that is leading us down the path of mediocrity. And his call out is that to be truly exceptional at the work we do and to gain recognition for it, we will need to adopt a different strategy entirely. And for that to happen, we need to ask ourselves some questions, which is, and again, another thought experiment. Think of our inbox as our world. If it is our world, is it a pleasant world to inhabit? And if not, what is it that we need to do? And then the next question that is there is, then the choice that we have is, do we want to be the disciples of depth or the servants of the shallow? And on cue, therefore, enter deep work. So if the next slide, please. Right. So coming to the concept of deep work. Deep work, again, as defined by Cal, is professional activity which is performed in a state of distraction-free concentration. And I'll urge you to focus on this phrase, distraction-free concentration, that pushes our cognitive capabilities to their limit. And these efforts create new value, improve skill, and are hard to replicate. Now, there are two core abilities, I'm sure, as you will all will agree, are needed to thrive in the new economy. One is the ability to quickly master hard things. And the other is the ability to produce at an elite level in terms of both quality and speed. And because deep work is that, we need to hone our ability to master these hard things. There are three facets of deep work. And if you remember in the earlier slide I shared, deep work is valuable, deep work is rare. And therefore, from a valuable perspective, there are three groups of people who are poised to succeed. One is those who are good at working with intelligent machines, who are good with handling data. The second is superstar performers in any field. And the third is owners of capital, or those with access to it. Now, as of now, none of us, or a lot of us, are owners of capital, the way we are not the Elon Musks or the Jeff Bezoses of the world. So the only choice left is to be in one of the first two groups. And for that, we need two core abilities. One is the ability to master hard things. And the other is the ability to produce at an elite level, both in terms of quality and speed. And deep work is the mechanism by which you achieve these two core abilities, and which in turn helps turn latent potential, and it gets transformed into tangible results. Because frankly, talent is such an abused word, because there are many talented people who have fallen by the wayside. There are the world, any kind of world you take is rife with examples wherein talented people have fallen through the cracks. So the latent potential needs to be transformed into tangible results, and it is Cal's contention that deep work is the mechanism for it. Now, for that to happen, there are two aspects that need to be focused on. One is, how do we combine learning and deep work? Now, that requires intense concentration and requires what there's a psychology professor called Anders Ericsson who refers to it as deliberate practice. Deliberate practice means focusing on what we are practicing, and it cannot exist alongside distraction, clearly. The other is producing production of work and deep work. So batching together of hard but important intellectual work into long uninterrupted stretches, which is the key to high productivity. Now, this book has a lot of insights if you go into it as to how to do it. I mean, the time is enough. Otherwise, this book is another, I mean, this book itself can take up to a couple of hours to just, go through it and scratch the surface of it. But I'm just kind of trying to share with you some key points. The next slide, please. Right. Now, interestingly, if deep work is so important, it should have happened by design that organizations and individuals should have been taking it up quite with both arms outstretched. But it is very rare, right? Why is it rare is also important to understand. One is the principle of least resistance, which is deep work is hard and shallow work is easier. Our mind will easily gravitate to whatever is easier. I mean, force of habit, whatever you might call it. And which is where, a lot of the pieces which I will talk about in the meditation or the mindfulness part of it helps in overcoming this principle of least least resistance. The second, it is, as I mentioned earlier, busyness as a proxy for productivity. The other pieces, our jobs as knowledge workers, have become a potent mix of job ambiguity and the lack of metrics. When I say lack of metrics, what it means is there is no clear cause and effect. So if I'm a craftsperson, for example, and if I'm, let's say, making a pot, now the quality of my pot is in direct correlation to the effort and my skills that put in. As knowledge workers, all of us struggle to quantify that because the metrics are not defined. Then the fourth important thing is, somehow our culture has developed a belief that anything related to the internet is good, regardless of its impact on our ability to produce valuable things. It's like, in our, school for kids, the fact that, you are teaching them PowerPoint, or the fact that, they know how to access Google Docs is taken as a euphemism for saying that they are aligned with the latest trends in the market. They are merely tools. Facebook, Twitter, Google Docs, or whatever you might call it, are tools. The people who have created those tools are the ones who have applied their mind. We are users of those tools, simply put. So all of this fourth point leads to the point which I've mentioned, which is called as technopoly and deep work. Now, what is technopoly? Technopoly means everything, as I said, related to the internet is good. Now, deep work is at a disadvantage here, because what does deep work value? That you go into depth, that you produce quality, and that you gain mastery. Now, all of these concepts are old-fashioned and have no relation to technology, which is why they're not as seductive. Because when you use technology, when you use these network tools, they almost work like, you are crack addicts. I know I'm on Twitter and I realize that it's going down a rabbit hole when you're on Twitter. And I do that and I lose myself over there. The other is
We have only 2 minutes left for this session.
All right, I will just try. And I know there's a lot to pack in, but I will rush it up. Just bear with me, please. So other is developing deep work, which is, again, a increasingly rare and yet skill set. So can we go to the next slide? Okay, deep work is meaningful, and there are 3 reasons for it: neurological, psychological, and philosophical. Neurologically, the aim is the more focused you are on deep work, the less you notice the small and the less pleasant things in your life, and therefore you're able to derive greater satisfaction. Psychologically, there's a psychologist called Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, and he described the concept of flow, wherein your mind is stretched to the limit, and then because your mind is stretched to the limit, you accomplish something worthwhile. Deep work helps you do that. I'm sorry, there is a quote over there. I'm not able to read that other piece. Philosophically, there were again 2 professors, Hubert Dreyfus and Sean Kelly, and what they said was deep work has similarities to craft work, and which means that you derive meaning from your profession. You don't need that job. What you need is your approach to work, which needs to change. So you don't need a rarefied job. What you need is a rarefied approach to work. The next slide, please. Right, quickly. 4 rules that can help us. Work deeply, fairly straightforward. So there are 4 depth philosophies that are there. And again, I'll be happy to share what those are. You rely on rituals, which means you program yourself, set your schedule. Use grand gestures. And when they say grand gestures, what they mean is isolate yourself away, go to the mountains, go to the beach, lock yourself up, focus, like the way Bill Gates does. I'm sure you've seen the documentary. He goes away for 2 weeks and he reads and he reads and he reads. Then there are the 4DX principles, which are the execution principles. So while a lot of us, we have a thing of we articulate strategy well, where we lose out is on execution. 4 aspects of executing: focus on the wildly important, which is the core, act on lead measures, and keep a compelling scoreboard. So there's and there has to be a cadence of accountability. I will just take a minute to spend on 2 points, which is embrace boredom, right? We are easily entertained and we are looking for that fix all the time. We need to embrace boredom. We need to, and that is what will help improve our, intensity to concentrate. meditate productively, which is mindfulness meditation, which helps bring back to the problem at hand when we are, either wandering or stalling. Third point, quit social media for whatever it is worth. It is a rabbit hole. Quit social media, but use 4 rules. If your positive impacts outweigh the negative impacts, then only use it. Otherwise, don't. Last is drain the shallows, which is schedule every minute of your day. Just the last bit, and sorry for running overboard, but there was just too much to pack in. The last bit, please. Right. How does mindfulness come in relation to deep work? Mindfulness is the English translation of the Pali word sati. Sati is an activity. What exactly is that? There is no precise answer because it is pre-symbolic. You actually experience something before you start to articulate it. So therefore, it is a mirror thought, and it reflects only what is happening and exactly the way it is happening. So therefore, it is non-judgmental observation. Mindfulness is a very powerful tool at work. And therefore, for you to be, deep in work is all about concentration. And if I could just slip to the next slide, please, which I promise is the last one. Mindfulness is a combination of attentive listening, mindful seeing, and careful testing. It is an exercise in concentration and the added element of awareness. And mindfulness is the most important aspect of meditation. And deep work, which is an exercise in concentration with awareness, therefore links up to mindfulness. So deep work is an outcome of how mindful you are. And I would like to leave you with a quote. In all of this, what I've touched is the surface. And I would encourage you to read the book. And I would like to say a little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep or taste not the Pyrean spring. And this is a quote by Alexander Pope. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Sumit, for that insightful
and I'm sorry to kind of take into the time of Cathy. So my apologies.
All right. With this, we have the last session for this segment. That is for Ms. Katyani Krishna. She's the Area HR Head South Asia at Maersk. She will be sharing her insights on effectiveness with mindfulness and organizational roadmap. Katyani, over to you.
Thank you, Vrinda. Can you all see my screen? I'm trying to share it.
Yes, we can view your screen.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you, Sumit and Janet. You've set the context so well that I realized I don't have to speak about mindfulness here. Since you've kind of made the case for mindfulness and performance so well here. So what I'm going to share with you all is our journey at Maersk. And it has been a recent journey. Maybe it'll inspire you if you're embarking on a journey now, or if you're on one already, to kind of pick up something from our experience. Actually, I come from a very traditional industry of logistics and supply chain. And in our industry, unlike many others, mindfulness is not very popular, so to say. So mindfulness in our organization actually was born over coffee. So what happened was that I was having, a coffee with one of the leaders, and we were just discussing various things that's happening in our lives, and we realized that he had a lot of challenges in terms of the transformation that Maersk has embarked on. So we were on this journey, and we've been on this journey for the past few years. We are trying to transform a very traditional industry, and it has its own aspects, for example, the creativity, innovation, things that you've heard in the previous sessions are very critical to us right now. And also this whole pressure of performing while transforming. So I said, why don't you try mindfulness? I'm doing this online course, and and I was just giving an example that I just couldn't hold a plank for more than like 45 seconds, and now I'm holding it for 3 minutes, and that's how the focus is helping me, and maybe we can use it to unleash the potential of our people as well. And he liked the idea. And after a couple of discussions, he said, why don't you do a session for me and my team? We are going for this offsite. And I said, but I'm just a practitioner, I'm not an expert, but I can bring some practices if you want. And we did that session, and it was loved by the team, and we got more and more requests like that. And then we got the real experts, so we engaged with some of the real experts, and we did a session for the region, and the region here for us is West Central Asia. So we did for that leadership team in HR as well as the regional team, and they liked it as well. And then they are like, now what? So you give them an appetizer and they're like, where is the meal? So we are like, okay, so why don't we take it to our day-to-day life and see how we can bring it to more and more teams. So we have these in most organizations you would have a review mechanism, where you get together. So in Maersk we have it on Monday mornings. The first thing, we start the week with a Monday morning meeting. It's a part of our operating system. And it could be very stressful, right? Especially if it is happening on a Monday. So we said we'll start with a 5-minute quick exercise. And we started doing that. And we started seeing the impact on our decision making as a leadership team. And we are like, wow, if this is what is happening to us, what more it can fetch us. So appetite started building up, right? And then we said, it was just a couple of us starting with these sessions in the beginning, and then we said, enough of us, then let's do it with everyone. So the leaders started taking responsibility on rotation, and then to help them, we kind of compiled a lot of these practices. And then as they got confident, they said, okay, let me take it to the larger teams. So that's where the mindful Mondays were born. So we had, we have these operating system where all the teams have their meetings all through the day, and we have this mindful. That's where we use mindfulness, and we call it Mindful Mondays. And then a lot of people, in the previous session, it was mentioned that it's experiential. Sumit spoke about Sati, right? And how mindfulness can only be brought about through an experience. So people who experienced it, they loved it, they became the internal mindfulness practitioners and also the trainers. So they took it to more people. Of course, we came up with a more comprehensive training module. And in this whole thing, we realized that while some people were liking it and taking it to the next level, so everybody is on a different pace at this journey. While you see a journey here, it's different for each individual, right? Because it's experiential, and that's the most important part. So the other thing that happened was that we realized there were skeptics, and there were a lot of skeptics. And, especially in our industry, where people think more intellectually than on the other side, on the spiritual side or things like that. So they're like, okay, this is some, another HR initiative or a spiritual initiative and doesn't work for me. So we brought out the whole brain part of it. And Janet spoke about, how it impacts your brain, and over a period of time, how it will help you in your overall performance, because it's reducing stress, it is increasing your focus and things like that, right? And also working with your inner critique. So a lot of those things we discussed over a period of time, and then we had more and more people who experienced it, liked it, and some would also say, this is not for me, I cannot close my eyes, I can't do any of the exercises. So that's how some of the challenges that we faced, we came around, and then it started assimilating more and more in the culture, and then the pandemic happened. So this what I'm talking about is only 2018, 2019. And then when the pandemic happened, of course, there was a lot of focus on mental well-being. And we said, how can we support it apart from the employee assistance programs that we have, who were going, a big bang on various initiatives on mindfulness? How can we support the team? And then we came up with this idea of silent hours. So 1 to 2 in our organization, we don't do any work. It is just to what you call rejuvenate yourself. So even if it is a hybrid or earlier when we were working from home for most of the region. So that's another thing that we did. Then actually Sumit said quit social media. I don't know how easy it will be, Sumit, but of course we all know that the most critical aspect of distraction comes from digital, and you can't escape digital in a hybrid work model that we are going through, right? So we have introduced this digital detox leave that we promote every quarter, that you should take some time off the digital media, at least not for work, and kind of rejuvenate yourself. And if this was not all, then we had another milestone of the transformation where integration was happening, and various business units were coming together. So it causes a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity in people's lives, right? So we incorporated in the change management module, and this is also when Musk took it to a full global level. So now, of course, across the world, in the 151 countries that we operate, we've taken this whole mindfulness, especially for transformation. And like I said, each individual, each country, each region is at a different pace, because we don't want to force it on anyone. But what we are trying to do now is come up, like there are mindfulness groups who are coming up with these mini challenges, who are leveraging the apps and various self-paced practice modules, and making it more of a way of life. Whether it's a tough customer meeting that you're going to have, it is a stressful session that you're going to have, which you perceive as stressful, right? I was just we were going for a board meeting, and I told one of the members that I feel very unprepared. I've prepared everything, but I feel unprepared. And he said, Katy, I know you only need 21 minutes before the session, and that's really what I do. So it does give you that that confidence to kind of take it to the next level. And what I would like to leave you all with is that what is important in this journey is to keep moving. So you may have a small step, or you may have a giant leap, but what's very important is that you keep progressing, and then you will see that it automatically becomes a part of your life. And someone said it is about habit, and it takes in our experience, it has taken us 21 days practice for each one, and that's what we bring into the team as well through these mindfulness groups to make it a habit. So that's all I have for you. Thank you for this opportunity. And in case you have any questions or you'd like to learn from our experience, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katyani, for sharing that journey, how it is transformed for your organization. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Sapan Srimal to host the interaction of the segment with the speakers and the audience.
Thanks, Vrinda. I think it was a feast. So this session, like the first session. So, and in the first session, we had such amazing insights on wellness. And the second session, because productivity and mindfulness, we don't talk much, and connecting these deeply could have been tricky, but the way Janet beautifully brought in, and I think from the very first level, we all were sold on how the mindfulness and productivity and performance are connected, and along with the tips, and followed by Sumit. I mean, really speaking, the depth of deep work, I mean, to which he took us, really amazing, and I think I don't know, I mean, personally, I feel there is more conviction now that productivity should be the focus than the wellness with this. And finally, Katie, taking us through Musk's journey, such a fantastic part. And I mean, your real life experiences and how you actually step by step built it. It was so beautiful. So thanks so much for sharing this. I think we all know now, we had one question, how to convince your stakeholders. Katie has given the answer. Learn to do plank for 3 minutes. So amazing. Thank you so much. one question now, I think, because we had these different experiences, and we are talking about this productivity part, and to some extent we have spoken about the steps to be taken, but still would actually love to hear from all three of you. And for Katie, considering that maybe if you're starting, if it's a completely new beginning, when an organization wants to take the first steps using mindfulness towards performance management, towards productivity, towards saying that, oh, see, mindfulness is going to make us more creative, more innovative. What would be the first steps or some of the good practices that you would actually follow or suggest others, which other organizations can and other leaders can benefit from?
Yeah. So thanks, Apan. I don't think mindfulness should be a case in itself that, I should do mindfulness because I'll feel better. It all is always a requirement of the business. So for us, it was a transformation. That was the trigger, right? And the pressures that were coming from the transformation. And you heard from Sumit from a deep work perspective also, right? That if you want to bring in more focus, you have to lessen the distractions around. And how do you do it? So then the question comes, how do you do it when people are saying that I can't focus, or, there is, I can't even close my eyes or think. I don't like to think, because shallow work, like he said, is easier to do, right? And that won't cut the ice in a transformation world. So my experience has been, and my learning of this journey has been, that you give an appetizer. It is experiential. Remember, mindfulness is experiential. Once somebody gets a 2-minute, 3-minute experience, they like it, they want more. Then they want 10, they want 21, they want it for 21 days. You have to, and then they see the impact, then they want more. But the impact takes time. You can have a wow experience in 2-3 minutes, or 5 minutes, but the impact takes time. And when your decision making in meetings get better because you're starting them with a mindfulness exercise, everybody wants to do it. So my suggestion always is start with an appetizer. The full meal they will automatically request for, because they will have the appetite and hunger for that.
Awesome. Thanks, Katie. Janet, Sumit, if you would like to.
Yeah. So Sapan, for us and at Aster, and my personal experience over the years, I think it's extremely critical to not be the people, the ones who are driving this agenda, to not be the people who talk about the impact of it, not be the only people to talk about it, right? So for example, here, when we did what we did in terms of the multiple initiatives, and we're continuing to do it, it was our people who came back to say, wow, when I was part of this initiative, I was interacting with the CHRO directly, and we were both driving the daily goals. I saw that I had a connect, and I was part of something bigger. So we have all of these wonderful stories at an individual level, and clearly that will have an impact on the way they come to work every day. That'll impact patients, productivity, performance, etc. So I think it's so important to constantly have them, our business leaders, our employees, experience it, like Kathy said, appetizers, like I said, systematic, and let them speak. Because then you're not the only voice. It's not one function. And I see that as a disconnect in most organizations, that HR drives this agenda. No, it's all of us collectively, right? And I think that's going to be important. And one thing I want to share before I hand it over to Sumit was that many of these people who felt great about being part of an initiative, be it the gratitude one or the coaching that I run, anything, right? Many of them have put their hands up and said, I'd like to be wellness champions. So these are our people going out there and being our wellness evangelists. And what better success than that? Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Janet. Thanks.
Right.
Sumit.
Thanks, Janet, for that. And two aspects to it. One is currently, again, in our organization, I like to take an example wherein wellness has been a focus for a while, though because of the challenges that were there, kind of got diffused, and again it has come back. So that in itself is a journey which our organization is traversing, which is focusing on various aspects of wellness, and it is coming. And mental health post-COVID has been realized as a very, very key important factor. I mean, with people have been breaking down and and obviously the situation has been such, but the organization is focusing on that from a mindfulness perspective. And after reading the book, I think it's my view again, which is that we need to start small and start bringing individual changes in us rather than a org-wide piece, because then it tends to become diffused. And to Janet's point and Katie's point, it becomes like a HR-driven initiative. Should not be there. So I think one can pilot it out, and obviously people who are very, very enthusiastic about trying things, and those, as Janet said, could be the evangelists. But you start small and look inwards before you go. There needs to be a sponsor, all right, but these activities, to my mind, are more inward driven, given the fact that it is. But again, this is more also it's a cultural piece. If the org supports culturally in terms of you manage, then it is easier. Otherwise, then it becomes, you have to traverse through convincing people. But if the organization is convinced about the efficacy of wellness, of the efficacy of the fact that, hey, this is important, then the task is relatively easier. So culturally, it needs to kind of come together, most importantly.
Great. Thanks, Sumit. And I think one of the messages that we are getting, the key messages is, I mean, many times people feel, alone individual, what he or she can do. But I think in mindfulness, there are so many examples, and what Sumit is mentioning, it has to start with individuals. And I think Katie is one great example how an individual can actually create a complete movement. And we have seen it again in Google. The same thing happens. Absolutely. I may be pronouncing that name wrongly, Chad Mang, who then wrote the book Search Inside Yourself. Exactly. He was the one who started the whole movement, and then it became a huge movement which spilled over even beyond Google.
Correct. So and to your point, Sapan, Google uses that. So Google has created its systems around it post that article, 2007, 2008. They've gone ahead and changed that. So yeah, great example.
Great. Superb. Thank you so much. And as we see, we began our journey, we began our story with the wellness part. We got grounded ourselves into how mindfulness is being used for wellness in the organizations. And then we beautifully moved into the productivity, effectiveness part. And I think we all are quite deep into the productivity, effectiveness, and mindfulness part. And it's time that we would be very soon taking a shift. So personal leadership, work leadership, and we'll be soon taking the shift to the people leadership side. But before that, as Katie mentioned, right? I mean, you got to give the appetizer, okay? The experience. So now it's time for the appetizer. Vrinda, to you.
Sure. Very well said by Sapan. It's time for that appetizer that we all have been waiting for in this segment. And for that, we have with us Mr. Rishi Dhan. He's the group product leader at Google Payments, and he will be interacting with us through a micro-experiential practice. On the professional front, he has been associated with Google for now more than a decade, but also deeply passionate about helping individuals, teams, and organizations achieve more through mindfulness, emotional intelligence, empathy practices, and self-awareness programs and tools. He is a certified mindfulness teacher. So over to you, Rishi, now.
Thank you. Thanks, Vrinda, and thank you, Sapan, for the opportunity. Really happy to be here. Little bit about myself. So my day job is very different. I'm a product person, so I build products. I've been part of Google Pay, Gmail, Docs, and so on. So I've been part of those teams. But what I realized in my work is that as a product manager, you have to work with multiple people, and just like a lot of other jobs as well, but product manager in particular. And this is where I realized that the ability to build strong relationship depends on certain intrinsic skills. And that is where empathy, mindfulness, emotional intelligence comes into play. And I was fortunate enough to get an opportunity to join the Search Inside Yourself program. So I've been running the Search Inside Yourself for Asia Pacific at Google. And I've personally went and done sessions in various countries, in Japan, Australia, and so on, in various offices, both inside Google and outside. So that's a little bit of myself. So in today's session, what I would like to do is build upon what our other speakers have said in terms of deep work and productivity. One of the key concepts I would like to present is that deep work happens when we are able to build a strong sense of meta awareness. The question is, what is meta awareness? So when you're meditating or when you're trying to focus on something, the natural state of mind is that you're focusing on it and then you get distracted. Meta awareness is the ability to catch that distraction, also observe the fact that you're getting distracted and bring yourself back into the cycle of awareness. So that is called meta awareness. So the whole idea of the whole ability of doing deep work depends on how strong is your meta awareness muscle. It's very similar to going to a gym and exercising, right? So if you want to build your biceps, you will take a dumbbell and focus on your biceps. It's exactly the same concept. We focus on meta awareness. Now, there are various tools to build this muscle. And the most popular tool is breath, but there is also body, right? So we use breath and body together. There are several other ways to do it, but in today's session, I'd like to use these two tools to give you a taste of how do we build our meta awareness to enable deep work. It's a very simple practice. It'll be a guided practice. So I will invite you to close your eyes and just be comfortable wherever you are. You don't have to sit down. It's up to you. You can sit on a chair, just be comfortable. So invitation is to close your eyes. Let's start with 3 deep breaths. Let's inhale and exhale. Let's inhale and exhale. Now slowly bring your attention to your natural breath as you're inhaling from your nose. Observe the breath flow from the nose, moving into your throat and expanding your belly. You may choose to put one of your palms on your belly region just to feel the expanse of your belly as you're inhaling. Observe how the belly is expanding, to what extent it is going. Notice the pattern of your breath. Is it fast or is it slow? Simply be the witness. Notice any sounds that the breath is making as it is entering the body or leaving the body. You may get distracted, thoughts may come. It is very natural, so let it be. Simply don't engage with those thoughts and observe them in a very neutral way. Notice when you get distracted and gently bring your attention back to your breath. As we keep bringing our attention back to our breath, we strengthen our meta-awareness muscle. So keep doing it whenever you notice that the mind has wandered away from the breath. Now shift your attention to the nose region specifically. Feel the air touching the nostrils, entering the body as you inhale. Feel the temperature of the air if possible. Is it warm? Is it cold? Notice any sounds that the air is making. Shifting gears, bring your attention to your entire body now and try to observe any dominant sensations that you are observing. It could be a sensation of pain or something on the skin, any sensation that you're feeling. Maybe you're feeling cold. Notice, where do you feel the sensation the most? How is this sensation? Try to observe that. And is there any change in that sensation as you observe it? As you're observing the sensation, if you feel distracted, notice the distraction and then gently bring your attention back to the sensation, strengthening our meta-awareness. Simply be a witness to the sensation that you're observing. Notice the changes in the intensity, in how it feels on the body. Now slowly bring your attention back to your breath, noticing how the natural breath feels as it traverses through our body, giving us the life force we need. With the feeling of gratitude towards our breath and our body, which help us move through our daily lives and give us the life force. You may now gently open your eyes whenever you feel ready. All right, so that was a short deep work meditation that we just did to strengthen our meta awareness. As you may have noticed that it's very easy for our mind to get distracted both from breath and from the bodily sensation, but that's very natural. And as we keep practicing it, we are able to strengthen this ability of meta awareness and attention. And that is what helps us to do deep work. So that was the goal of this exercise, to give you a taste of this. And as you practice this on a regular basis, this will really help in terms of your day-to-day work and improve productivity. That's it from my side.
Much, Rishi. That was indeed something peaceful for a Friday afternoon. With this, we are concluding our second segment and move to the last segment for our summit. Last segment, we have our speakers who will be discussing on the theme people leadership. In this segment, the first speaker is Mr. Raj Kishan. He is the APAC head of digital capabilities and change at Bayer Corp Science. He will share his insights on Beyond Self, mindfulness for interpersonal connections. He carries 17 plus years of experience in different areas of human resources, along with additional experience in cross-functional roles in business strategy, office of the CEO, and leading culture and change initiatives during and post M&A integration. Over to you, Raj.
Thank you, Brinda. And thanks, everyone. I just want to check, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Super. Let me share my slides. Just give me a second, please. And please let me know when you can see my screen. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Not yet.
All right, give me a second.
Now we can view it.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Brinda. Thank you, Sapan. Thanks, team. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. Like some of our earlier panelists mentioned, the fact that we've been able to assemble, I think, a group of people who are passionate about mindfulness is incredible. And I feel like I'm part of a tribe that, and it's good to be home in a way. So thank you. The topic that's been given to me is, mindfulness beyond the self and mindfulness for interpersonal connections. And though I've done a lot of work, I've been a practitioner myself, and in companies that I work with, we've done this work at Bayer. We do mindfulness work across the globe too. I felt it was pertinent for this conversation for me to use some of my perspectives and personal experiences to make it more authentic. So I'll try and do that in the next 10 minutes. Last Friday, as I was preparing for this, I had an interesting experience that kind of rang true on this topic. So I had a long work week, I was fairly tired. I had a conversation with Sapan, who gave me some insight on what he'd expect me to speak of here. And I stepped out of my door, looking at the phone. I was doing some research on articles on mindfulness and interpersonal connections. And I went out. My daughter, who's 3.5 years old, was sitting in the living room. She was excited to see me and started telling me stuff about her day at the park, etc., etc. I kept nodding. I kept reading. I think we're all smart enough to keep engaging at the right moments, and said, "Wow, that's wonderful," and continued. And that lasted for about 3 minutes. And then she looked at me and said, "Dad, can you please throw that useless phone of yours?" And she had my attention. I thought it was quite pertinent to bring that conversation here because we're talking about mindfulness and interpersonal connection. The only solace I have is, I was able to connect into a superpower that I have. Quite honestly, all of us have, which is the ability to be present. I put my phone away. I spent the next 30 minutes with my daughter, trying to be as present as I could. And I enjoyed that time, and so did she. Like I said, I don't think I'm alone when I talk about going through an experience like this. We're going through what I call a connection crisis. We have more smartphones than there are people in the world. I can bet my life most people on this group are sleeping with their smartphones. There is a war for attention. There's Netflix, Hotstar, Amazon, family, your hobbies, your work, your health. And I think I pretty much know that I'm not winning this war for the attention. There's also an increase in loneliness as we spend more time with tech. And I lead digital transformation, don't get me wrong. I think tech has a role to play. It was supposed to give us more time to pursue what we wanted to do, but I think it's starting to also impact some of that. And my younger sister is a psychologist, and she counsels, and the number of people who have been reaching out to her for help has gone manifold in the past 12 to 18 months. And what's fascinating is a lot of people seem to be lonely in a crowd too. So they're at home with family. It's not that they're alone in an apartment staying alone, but loneliness is an issue. And I call it a crisis because we're hyper connected online, but we seem to be very poorly connected offline. And that, I think, is the sign of our times. And I think it's a crisis also because it's not how we're built to be. There's enough research, and all of you know this intuitively. So I'll be preaching to the choir here because each one of you can experience this. There's been a long study done by Harvard for about 8 years with the class of 1938 called the Grant and Gleck study that looked at what factors contribute to a life well lived. And after studying these Harvard graduates for 8 years, they recognized that it's not the money you make, it's not the position you've held, it's actually the quality of your relationships that make a difference to your longevity and well-being. And the same thing came through with research that National Geographic did with what they call the blue zones, where they studied areas where people lived the longest. And there are a bunch of reasons, but I've underlined a few, which is strong social connection, strong family ties. They're not human doings, they're human beings. They have time to not rush and engage with others. And I think what research and our experience in the past 18 months and intuitively what we know also tells us is we crave connections as individuals. Our lives at home, work, and community are interconnected socially. And that the quality of our life is very intricately linked to the quality of our relationships. And I think if there's one thing we've learned in the past 18 months, we're willing to even risk our own lives and catch a virus to go meet the people we love. And I think that's quite telling of what it means to us. So as we bring together, I think the crisis of connection that we have and our need to connect, the question is, what can be done? And I very humbly offer mindfulness as a tool here. It's one of the tools. I think the earlier conversations and presenters have done a fantastic job on what mindfulness means. So I'm not going to spend too much time on what it means, but I love the definition that John Kabat-Zinn has, but I'm going to focus on the presence, being non-judgmental and paying attention, right? And there's again some very interesting research on what interpersonal mindfulness means. And if you're able to be mindful in your interpersonal relationships, here's what it does. You typically listen to others with a little more attention. And hopefully you are, as we're going through this mindfulness program over the last summit or the past couple of hours. We tend to be present, centered, and aware of our relationships and the emotions that come through the relationships. We're more open and accepting of whatever we experience. There were a couple of questions earlier in the first panel on what it means to have biases and inclusion. I think genuinely mindfulness is an incredibly radical tool for inclusion because you accept people for who they are without bringing your own biases into the conversation, and it's work. It's not easy, but it's work. It also enables, if you're mindfully in your interpersonal engagement, you self-regulate a lot more about your own state, and you respond rather than react. And there's more empathy, and this is what research shows. We've all spoken about mindfulness. I call it the inner game of mindfulness and the outer game of mindfulness, an ode to my favorite book, one of my favorite books called The Inner Game of Tennis. We've spoken enough about the inner game of mindfulness. So I'm going to focus on the outer game, and I'm going to take the workspace area because that's what a lot of professionals here are focusing on. If I asked anyone, and this is again some research here on what does a meaningful work relationship mean, and we could add more if you'd like, but if I'm in a meaningful work relationship, I feel heard and valued. I felt that somebody cares for me genuinely. There's an empathy in the engagement that I have with individuals. I feel psychologically safe. And all of these, trust is an outcome. So there's also trust over a period of time that builds. And if you think of the incredible opportunity that mindfulness gives us, by being fully present and listening deeply, we can create this feeling of individual on the other side being valued and heard. By being self-aware and aware of what others are, I think there's an opportunity to be more empathetic than we otherwise would be. By being fully present, non-judgmental, and accepting individuals for who they are, I think we can care and create a psychologically safe situation and an environment for individuals. I love the idea of a beginner's mindset because it means you don't carry baggage. It's a mindset of innocence that you bring in fresh every time you're engaging with individuals, and empathy and ability to respond. So when I was even doing this research, and I know folks who practice know this intuitively, but there's an incredible opportunity that interpersonal mindfulness gives for us to be able to create meaningful relationship at work. And I know the panelists later will talk about what it means for leadership, but think of the engagement you can create. Think of the opportunity for individuals to feel like they want to turn up and work for that group or the team. I also thought it would be good for us to try and put this to work a bit, right? So I'm going to invite each one of you to reflect along with me. Feel free to type in your thoughts as this is going on if you have any thoughts, but I'll keep this super crisp and then close. I'm going to present a couple of scenarios, and I want to ask you, do you think there's an opportunity to be a little more mindful? And there's no right or wrong answer. All of us do the best we can. I don't intend to make this black and white, but just reflect, is there an opportunity to be a little more mindful? Uma had a personal emergency that meant she had to leave office earlier. She rushed to her manager, Sandeep's cabin, to inform him of the same. Sandeep said it's absolutely okay for her to leave and said a quick take care, while he didn't even take off his eyes off the computer. There's nothing wrong here. He let Uma go. He also said take care. The question I have for you is there an opportunity to be practicing interpersonal mindfulness a little more here? And you could just reflect, take 3 seconds or 5 seconds and reflect. And if you want to type your answers in, you can do that. But if not, but I just want you to think of it, right? I think there were some opportunities for mindfulness application. The ability to be present. Imagine when somebody said, I have a slight situation, I need to go home early. Just being present and listening to them makes a world of difference. Empathy and compassion, it's a personal emergency. The opportunity to ask what was wrong, or I hope all is all right, and just keeping it that as an opportunity. And thus, very directly, indirectly respect, right? Which is how I feel, do I feel valued and heard? That's one. So let me give you scenario 2. Steve was an introvert and didn't like public limelight. When his manager suggested that Steve go up on stage to receive an award that was going to be announced, Steve politely said, I'm fine, thank you. The team won the award. The manager was called on stage. And the manager felt Steve did a lot of the contributions. So he surprised him by calling him on stage, saying, come on, come take this award. Again, intent of the manager is to give credit, right? Intent of Steve is to stay there. Was there an opportunity to be more mindful? Again, the answer is, I think, yes. And that's the superpower I'm talking about, right? You can be mindful in everything, I do, you do, and kind of take it up a notch. So I think the opportunity to listen deeply. Steve said, I don't want to go. Awareness of the emotion and my emotion, the other individual's emotion. As a manager, I might feel the best way to give credit is to have someone, be recognized publicly. But that is my thought I'm bringing to the table, where Steve is saying, I don't want to go. So there's no right, wrong again, but just for you to think of. And not judging Steve for not wanting to go up, and being inclusive and saying, okay, I'll let you be, but I'll ensure that you get recognition in some other fashion. Possibility. I'm talking possibilities here. Third, Nikhil and Jyoti, so Nikhil felt that Jyoti always was being competitive and would always, kind of give inputs to, put him down. Nikhil started presenting, Jyoti made a couple of points, and Nikhil suddenly felt, here she goes again, and started pushing back quite strongly. Again, opportunity mindful. There's baggage that was brought by Nikhil. And here's the beautiful thing, right? If I'm mindful that somebody is going to undermine me or create conflict, I can be prepared for it. But did Jyoti bring a point to put him down there, or was there merit in the point? And I think that's something that one can be aware of without being the lens of baggage. Beginner's mindset, taking a stance of innocence and listening to what Jyoti had to say. And third is awareness of my own emotions. And I'm only saying all this because I genuinely believe that in interpersonal relationships, there's always an opportunity of space between a stimulus and a response. And in that space, it's truly our power to choose our response. And that's where I think mindfulness has an incredible role in interpersonal relationships. I'm going to end by asking you to practice. I'm going to do it myself too. The great Buddha himself said, don't listen to anything I say unless it makes sense to you, and try doing it. If it doesn't make sense, discard it. So I'd ask you to choose one relationship that matters to you in the next 1 week. Switch off your screen, switch off your phone, spend 20 minutes, put aside, and give your full presence to that individual, where you anchor yourself in the intent of wanting to be present. Listen deeply with a beginner's mindset, engage, and enjoy the connection. That's the ask I'd have, to see if you could do that. And I'd love to hear back from you on how you experienced that. With that, I'll close, and I just want to remind all of us, including myself here, that the greatest gift we really can give anyone is our full presence. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Raj. Yeah, thank you so much, Raj. That was indeed something which was very insightful. And I'm sure personally, I can say it's been a great learning in this session.
Thank you.
Right. With this, we move to the next speaker for this segment. That's Mr. Somil Mehta. He's Director and Country Head at Kraft Heinz India. He will be talking about a case for mindful leadership. Somil has a vast experience of different corporate functions by undertaking 14 diverse roles in 17 years. He has been recently awarded with the most influential food industry professional by the renowned Asia Food Congress under the aegis of Work Marketing Congress and CMO Asia. Over to you, Somil.
Thank you, everyone, for this August opportunity. Just I'm not able to figure out how do I share my presentation. So just give
there
me
must be an option in the panel below you where you can see chat, Q&A, share screen.
I'm trying to look at all the options, but I could not. So see, this is what, if you're not mindful, this happens to you. Yeah. So, I'm a living example. So I'm not able to figure out.
Do you want to share it?
I will put it on WhatsApp, Brinda, and why don't you then, just keep on clicking it one at a time. Okay.
Definitely. You can share that with me.
I'm just doing it in like a minute now.
And maybe you can just, begin the conversation, and by the time.
Yeah, just give me a sec. First of all, I have to be mindful in the task right now of sharing this at least. That is what actually mindfulness is all about, that you be in that task. I've shared it on the group, Linda, if you can download it and, take it forward from there.
Sure. Allow me a moment. I'll just do that.
Sure.
And if you want, by the time you can start talking about this session.
Thank you, everyone, once again. Thank you, Sapan. Thank you, Brinda, for this genuine opportunity. As a lot of speakers previously said, it's about being a tribe, and I genuinely mean it, because it's a very important tribe. Mindfulness as a concept is not. I would not say it's an alien concept. It's actually an Indian concept, which what a lot of our saints and people in the past, in the history, in our mythology, or anywhere you see it, this is what they practiced. And obviously mindfulness is becoming more and more relevant because of so many distractions that we have today around the world. distractions that are, 9.5 or 9.9 times out of 10 can be genuinely avoided. So here I am taking a case for mindful leadership. Click. It has two, words in it, mindful and leadership. I like to first of all try to decode both of them. I don't know whatever I'll be sharing right now, would that be anything greatly new? Nothing new in this. We all know what being mindful is all about through the course of the day. And all of us are practicing leaders in our own field of, expertise, interest, and, vocation. So that's I would say, a great merger or great amalgamation of two powerful words, mindful and leadership. Next slide, please. So let's first of all see to it how, what are some of the leadership challenges, are there. But before we do that, one of the, criticality or one of the essence of, mindfulness is not just only about external distractions. It's also about internal distractions, and it's about balancing both as the journey progresses. Having said that, some of the leadership challenges, let's discuss and let's see what are they. Can you click, please? So one of them is obviously the VUCA world. We all know this. All of us have gone through this terminology. But what are the beyond VUCA world? What is it that are going to be the real challenges for the leadership roles, or leadership as a, I would say, as a concept, or for all of us as leaders, is going to be, click please. You can click. Yeah. Fear, various fears, doubts, uncertainty, uncertainty not just about self, not just about future, but uncertainty about everything that we do. We cannot be, gone are the days when our plans can be, hard coded, and we can guarantee success basis our plans. So there is fear, there is uncertainty, and can you click please? Most importantly, I term it personally as self-destruction, and this is something which is led by fake news, which is there around. We are all addicted to social media, and this social media is, creating this bubble, right or wrong, good or bad, fake or real, but it's creating a bubble that is not allowing us actually to move out of that bubble. It's actually constantly, like dragging us in through multiple, fake news or post-truth, as they say. And we are constantly in the need to be in it rather than be in that moment that we are spending with a group or with an individual. That's where we are straddling. We are straddling between the actual requirement to be versus what we actually are getting dragged into subconsciously. And this is a deep-rooted subconscious thing. That's where I, Katyal spoke during her, speech, that it's going to be a journey. It's no more going to be something which one can, achieve overnight, because we are now so much deep-rooted in some or all of these distractions that it's going to be, we are actually, as we speak, in a self-destruction mode. If we are going to get subsumed or consumed by this bubble that we are into it, and it's going to take a lot of heavy lifting for leadership. And as a leader, the challenge is not only for us to get out of it, it's also to take how we actually enable our team, our people also to come out of this self-destruction mode, be more mindful, be in the moment, and deliver with productivity in that moment. And then it has its own benefits. Next slide, please. So before we move into mindfulness, these are some of the we all know what are the characteristics of a leader: authentic, honest, transparent, generous, compassionate, open, inspirational, trustworthy. The point is not to give you these adjectives or jargon. The point is, this is what is expected from a leader. This is what he has to demonstrate his characteristics. So a life of a leader, he or she, is pretty challenging at the onset itself, because this is what they have to be. This is what they have to bring to the table on a daily basis. And is it possible to do it on a daily basis? I mean, given the distractions, it's going to be challenging, but this is where, again, mindfulness might help us, all of us, to, deliver on the expected characteristics of a leader. Next, please. Competencies, yeah. After characteristics, these are the competencies, strong ethics, sense of safety, empowering, fostering connection, encouraging organizational learning, nurturing growth, and we can add on to these competencies. Now, just imagine if the list goes on and on and on, what is the complex life a leader is going to be living and leading? And you have to bring these characteristics to work, you have to bring these competencies to work, and click please. And there are imperatives. What are the imperatives now? You have to be an empathetic leader. You have to be an inclusive leader. You have to manage performance as well. You have to be resilient and so a lot of imperatives also to deliver. So see the complexity, and this is not an exhaustive list. I mean, this list has the capability to run into books. This is what a leader's life is going to be. And mind you, this is not for us individual as leaders. This is what we have to also build in our team as well. Team can be 10, 20, 40, whatever the size we manage. But yes, we are expected to build that in our team as well so that they progress efficiently. Can this be possible with all the distractions around? A lot of challenges. Click, please. So, in short, what is leadership today is it is the ability to lead in a complex condition. And we all will be. Complex condition is there, you maybe a decade or 2 or 3 back, there would be a one-off complex situation. Today, every second we are in complex situation. Simple. Nothing is going to be as simple as things, and complexity is going to increase as time will lapse. Challenges will increase with time being lapsing. So we have to not just be ready ourselves to lead in complex conditions, but also prepare future leaders who can also lead in complex conditions. So we have a dual fold task. I don't know, I am not up to date, honestly. I have been an MBA, but it was nearly 2 decades back. I don't know whether the current curriculum within the management schools also is capable of creating this sensitivity and creating leaders who can not themselves only handle complex conditions. In a strategy class, you might be given a complex business problem to solve or a case study to decode. You might be able to do that. But what is the missing variable there? Do it along with a team. Do it onto that team. Help that team also to deliver, become as good a leader as you are. So that's a very big missing variable. And in a real life setting, that is equally critical, equally pertinent as a leader. So that's on leadership, in terms of the world that we are as business leaders. Now, moving on to mindfulness, and a lot of speakers have spoken about mindfulness. Next slide, please. So I would not be spending much time. It's a straight up Oxford, dictionary translation, dictionary meaning, which says mindfulness is a mental state achieved by focusing one's awareness on the present moment while calmly acknowledging and accepting one's feelings, thoughts, and even bodily sensations. This is very critical. It is about the one powerful word in this entire definition, according to me, is accepting. We have to be accepting, because those feelings, those thoughts, those bodily sensations are not going to fade overnight. They will keep coming at you. They'll keep distracting you. How much more you accept them, okay, as they are, that's when you will be able to sort of maybe subsume them or bring them lower so that they don't distract you from staying in the present moment. The more you are non-accepting, actually, the antonym to non-accepting is actually an aversion. It's actually what you say is that if I don't accept you, when you say to somebody that I don't accept you, what you get into? You get into an argument, you get into dissidence, you get into debates. And that is where you distract yourself. But the moment you start accepting, that is where you actually calm yourself down. That is where you say that, okay, fine, I live with this, but I live with this after I have lived this moment with this individual or this team or this task. This is what the state of mindfulness is all about. Mindfulness factors, we all know the mindfulness. Awareness is the biggest factor. Awareness comprises of being alert and being focused. Being alert is nothing. It is the intensity of your awareness, and focus is singularity of awareness. So what is the intensity, of our awareness? And what is my previous speaker, Mr. Raj, when he narrated that beautiful anecdote about, his interaction with his daughter with the mobile phone in hand, he was definitely aware, but the intensity of alertness was definitely low. And that's when the daughter says that put the phone down. And the moment he put his phone down, the intensity of alertness goes up. The second thing is that he was also focused. It's not that he was not focused to what his daughter was saying. She was saying something and he was nodding, encouraging, applauding, whatever. But the focus was not, because the focus was not singular. The daughter was there and the smart gadget was there and the focus was divided. But the moment she says that quit that phone, the focus becomes singular. So this is what awareness is all about. High intensity on alertness and singularity of focus is what helps you. And this is required for self as well as for the external world, both. Click, please. And then attention. Yeah. So apart from awareness, the next factor for mindfulness is attention. How much more, attentive you are. Attention is actually connected to awareness. It's actually the longevity of awareness. To what duration you can hold on to that awareness, to that alert or focus on that singular task. I am talking to you right now. And this is, my phone might be ringing. I might be having messages on WhatsApp. I might be, getting my emails, or there might be something happening on Insta. To what extent I am able to be attentive here in the moment? I'm aware in this moment, how able I am able to regulate my internal distractions of my mind. Internal distractions can be, oh, there is an EMI coming up tomorrow. Do I have adequate bank balance to clear that EMI or not? The internal distraction can be, oh, I need to help my son with the homework in the evening. Or there can be external distractions with regards to social media or 10 other things. Am I able to hold on to it, being attentive over here with all you people out there, listening to what you are saying, speaking what I am speaking, engaging in conversations with all of you? That's what attention is all about. And the longevity of your awareness is what delivers that attention. And last but not the least important factor within mindfulness is acceptance. As I said, within the definition of mindfulness itself, according to me personally, the most powerful word is acceptance. You accept those distractions. And those distractions are a reason to, I would say, to go against them or not to accept them can actually stem from two facts. Just be on that slide, Vrinda, please, for a moment. That either we hate it, on that slide, on the previous slide, Vrinda. Previous slide, yeah. Or either we hate it or we are too attached with it. Acceptance is actually being neutral. Not in actually when you are in some, giving attention to something, being in a moment, don't even, show too attachment or even hatred or aversion to anything else. Just focus on that moment. So that's what acceptance, can you put it on slide mode, please? That's what acceptance is all about. And when I said that, either it can be a deep sense of attachment or a deep sense of repulsion or aversion, both. The intensity of that is what defines our involvement. It can be a love or it can be hate. The more intense the love or hatredness, the lesser the acceptance. So we have to reduce our intensity of involvement into our distractions. Hence, we will be able to achieve higher degree of acceptance. That's how, easier said, very, very tough to do. But that's what it actually means, that to what extent we are able to lessen the intensity of our involvement to something else and stay in the moment. And that's how we actually reach the acceptance stage. And that's how you move to mindfulness. So mindfulness allows us to be in crisp who we are in reality and give us strength to accept others as they are, everything else as they are. As Simon Sinek says, that our passion lies deep in who we are and not what we do. So, and who we are is something, there's one very good saying, it also defines in Hindi, which defines who we are. and not what we do, is that pran jaye, pran, pran or prakriti saath mein jate hain. So, this is prakriti means our own nature, what we are. Okay, that goes with, when we depart this world. So it's not going to be easy to quit what we are, but it's definitely what mindfulness tries to do is that at least gives us the strength to accept and not get distracted with that. Now now let's combine, moving to the next slide. This is what mindfulness will do to all of us. It helps us see things clearly because we are accepting of everyone else around us, accepting our own limitations and distractions around us. It helps us think intentionally as well, in the right intent, I would say, and also act skillfully. When you can see things clearly and when you can think intentionally, that's where you act in a very skillful manner. And this is what can help leaders or leadership in general to optimize their output as well as their team's output as well. So this is what mindfulness leads to. Now, next slide, please. Don't click, just click once. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So this is what the benefits of mindful leadership are all about. Click just once. It reduces rumination, thought process. It controls that. It reduces stress. Emotional reactivity, what I talked about, aversion or love. It's an emotional reaction, actually. It reduces that. And click, please. And it increasing working memory, it increases focus. We all talked about how it increases focus, how it increases cognitive flexibility and satisfaction in relationship. I would just again bring in the example that Raj gave about his daughter and that interaction. Look at the satisfaction in the relationship that would have happened the moment Raj would have put down his phone and given pure attention to his daughter. I think that's what mindfulness aspires to achieve. And and remember, even that is also a leadership setting because the daughter looks up to the father. So Raj, in a sense, is also a leader to his daughter because it is his behavior, his thoughts, his actions that does a lot of becomes a lot of inspiration to his daughter as well. So that's a leadership setting, that's a mindful behavior, and that's what increases satisfaction in relationships as well. Next slide, please, but just click once. Yeah, that's it, stay there. So here I am now, no, just go up, just one click, go up. Yeah, just one click, just that's it, stay there. Okay, so here I'm going to introduce to a concept. The concept is something which in my interaction with some of the people in this panel as well, and especially with Sapan as well, might not have a direct connection with mindfulness, but I found a very strong sense of, the word called acceptance, how I accept, things as they are. How do I drive acceptance within myself and towards everyone else? And that concept is nothing, I'm sure you have seen the word, it's vulnerability. Can you just click once? The concept of vulnerability, I have been introduced to this. I mean, none of us are, the concept is not a new concept, but personally, as a leadership imperative, I have been introduced to this concept of vulnerability just 2 weeks back. And I find a very strong correlation with mindfulness. Maybe practicing it will give me personally a lot of experience over a period of time. And then some other forums, I might be able to share whether it has actually worked it or not. The thing that I realized about vulnerability is that, and I would like to draw inference from sign language usage. So people who are not able to speak or listen, they use sign languages to communicate with each other. And most of the words might have 2 or more signs, to express them in the sign languages. So vulnerability has 2 interpretations or 2 ways of, expressing in sign language. I'm trying to show it to you once. I don't know whether it will work well or not, but one of the ways is to show things like this, not like this, not like these 2 fingers straight, it's like this. The fingers are slightly, and like this, and it shows like this, it moves like this. This means vulnerability in sign language. What this actually also means, another meaning is a person with a weak knee. Okay, a person with a weak knee or a vulnerable person. So that's one way to express vulnerability. But I don't like this way, because vulnerability doesn't mean I am weak-kneed. Okay, no, not at all. Vulnerability can be expressed in sign language in another form, which is this. This is the way of expressing vulnerability. So when somebody using sign language does this, means he or she is vulnerable. What this means is as being open-hearted, being open to people, which is also what acceptance is all about, that you accept, you also open your heart towards people, allow them to see your vulnerabilities, your weaknesses, your pain points, and you also look at them, and both of us accept our weaknesses, our vulnerabilities, and that's how we probably will be able to be more mindful about each other and achieve much better quality of relationships. I realized this practically a couple of days back when there was an outage on few of the social media platforms. Nice way, we talk of detox, but I think there is a message to some of these founders of social media, at least, that they should switch it off once in a while so that, all of us can be relieved of those distractions and practice mindfulness without those distractions also being present. Thank you, everyone. You have been a fantastic audience. And thank you for the time, Sapan. I hope I have been a bit of helpful today towards driving the concept and its application of the world called mindfulness. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Somil, for that session. It was indeed something we all have learned something. Moving on further, we have our next speaker with us for this segment, Dr. Faisal Nadeem Syed. He's a Senior Director, APAC, People Team at Expedia Group. He will share his insights on creating mindful workplaces, initiating the journey. Faisal brings over 2 decades of extensive experience in human resources functions in startup, hypergrowth, and global business environments across diverse client groups. He has worked in e-commerce, IT, financial services, and insurance industries, and is tuned to leading in fast-paced, multicultural, multi-business environment. Away from work, Faisal is a poet, storyteller, and a connoisseur of art and culture. Over to you, Faisal.
Thank you, Vrinda. I want to begin by thanking, first of all, a very, very dear friend of mine, Gaurav, for introducing me to Sapan. And thank you, Sapan. I think this is probably beginning of what should be a wonderful relationship and a journey and a friendship forward around this. And of course, thank you, Sumit and Rishi and so many other speakers who are here. Vrinda, I'm not sure whether to talk about mindfulness or simply being mindful. I'm guilty of being the last speaker probably in what has been a fair long session. So I actually hold all the cards. You can't switch off the session until I stop speaking. So I'm going to be very, very mindful of this and thank you, Monk at Work for giving me this opportunity. So what I thought was that instead of presenting, I will speak, and I know while there is a allotted time that I have, Sapan, I'll try and make sure that we try and wrap up at least a couple of minutes back so that we are all in the position to spend time in a Q&A, which is where in dialoguing is when things happen. So one of the things as a storyteller that I have and as a poet that I very, very passionately believe is to always challenge and ask questions which we all probably know and understand, but sometimes shy away from asking ourselves. So while I've had Somil and Raj on this, and of course Sapan and Gaurav on this journey of mindfulness, I was also thinking about what is it that I should be using to present and position myself. So there are 3 thoughts that I want to share with this group, and hopefully during Q&A and otherwise we should be able to do a deep dive into this. So the first provocative thought that came to my mind was that we all, not just this panel, but across the world, across the globe, we've all been impacted by COVID over the last 18-20 months. And working from home, mental health, mental well-being, and so on and so forth are extremely front and center about it. Mindfulness, however, is almost like a stream. It has always been flowing around it. For many of us, we are actually going back and revisiting that place all over again. So So a challenge that I had for myself was that, is it currently the latest fashion, the latest next shiny objective, or is it something which is always there, but is being rediscovered, much to the embarrassment of people who have already been following this for a longer period of time. The second thing that I wanted to provoke and ask ourselves was in terms of the fact that from an organizational perspective, from a corporate perspective, which is where you and I and most of us relate to, mindfulness sadly is one of the things which requires a lot of effort, stamina. It's almost like a marathon. It's not like sprint. It's very easy, for example, in the corporate world to identify numbers, put metrics. We have hired so many people. This is what our attrition is, top line, bottom line, so on and so forth. But how do you tell the organizations? How do you put this on the balance sheet? And as the world says, oh, what can't be measured cannot get done. So how do I put mindfulness front and center, not just in the drawing room conversations or on Zoom conversations, but in boardroom conversations, and put this up and say, here is my P&L for mindfulness. So I don't have an answer for that, to be honest. And then, of course, the third for me, which is an irony and probably $1 million question, is that assuming for a moment there was no COVID, our world was going the way it was, the normal. Would we still be having this conference? Would we still be doing this session? So this is a question to each of us on the session on the panel over here, which is around the fact that why are we here? Is it because we feel it's an important thing and therefore it needs to be evangelized? I know Raj and spoke about it. Others also spoke about it. I really, really liked how Rishi did a small session around meditation and being present and being mindful. But I must also admit that I had like few WhatsApps that came through, and when he said, if you are distracted, bring yourself gently back, I didn't. I gently allowed myself to check my WhatsApp answer and then rushed into being mindful. So I think the larger challenge we have as if I may be modest and say leaders in ourselves, why is it important? Who needs it? And is it a continuum? Is it a one-way continuum? I do class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I never have to go back to class 5. And if I do 10th, I don't have to go back. Or is it a continuum which is 2 ways, which means I can be very mindful today and progress on it, and then over time I can regress. It's almost like physical fitness. I suffer from overweight, I diet, I'm fit, I'm kind of healthy, and then I binge and I become overweight again around. So these are the 3 thoughts that I would love us once this program gets over, but the journey continues for us is to reflect on them. And very quickly, first, is this fashion? Is this something which is the next shiny object? Organizations love it. CEOs love to talk about it. We love to talk about it. And remember, I'm HR. Many of us are HR. So it's very important for us to also go back to our leaders and say, hey, have you spoken about mindfulness and so on and so forth. The second, of course, is the fact that it's a marathon. And how do I put this marathon and not a sprint in a P&L form in the corporate world? Because if I'm not able to do that, that becomes a challenge. And then, of course, the last thing is related to ourselves and just taking an instance to point to ourselves and say, why are we here and what's the reason for being here around it? And how do I genuinely pick up from what, for instance, Ritesh and Vrinda and Sapan and Rishi, Saumil, Raj, all of us, and Katie and others that spoke about and learn? Because my submission is what may apply to an organization may not apply to others. So the example that I have here is very clearly in India last year, for example, according to some numbers, we had over 1,200 tech startups get registered, and 7 became unicorns in itself. And there were many more, but getting registered and becoming a unicorn. This year, I think only yesterday I was reading, we have had 31 unicorns. Now, great, more power to startups and all that. But for a moment, assume you and I are in a startup. Is mindfulness the right place for us? or as founders, as CEOs, or co-founders and people, we would be worried about valuation, scale, growth, spread, and all those things which are absolutely essential around it. Or we are a very sedate, well-established, well-funded organization with tons of years of experience behind us, and is mindfulness for us. So that conundrum still remains. If you are talking about mindfulness in an environment which is an extremely self-created, high stress, high pressure environment, and a very go environment, that may have a very different connotation around. Sapan, I'll just pause here because I also want to be conscious of the overall spread of how we are running the program. I can pause here and we can move to a Q&A session as well. And I will be guided by you, or there is one last point that I have, and then we can move ahead with that.
Please, let's take up that point and then we move to Q&A.
You're basically asking me to just get on with it and finish everything, right? All that I have to say. No, so I was. I know many of us spoke about Buddha and his mindfulness, and this is something which is very close to my mind. So I did a Google around mindfulness, and the story on Buddha came through. So if you do stories on mindfulness, trust Google to be more mindful than you and I are. And the story is very simple. So in one of the sermons Buddha went, there were many monks waiting to hear him, and he brought a beautiful silk handkerchief, and everybody was surprised that why is Buddha carrying such a fancy piece of fashion with him. So as Buddha was wont, he sat and he said, "What is this?" And everybody said, "It's a silk handkerchief. It's very beautiful, but what are you doing with it?" And he said, "This handkerchief is like me." Everybody said, "Okay, fine. What does it mean?" And then Buddha went ahead and started tying knots in the handkerchief. And then he said, "Okay, what are these knots?" He said, "Well, suddenly the handkerchief is not there. It's only knots which are there, multiple knots around." And said, "This is what life does to us. We get so many stimuli, so many experiences, events happen in our lives that what is a clean slate becomes all knotted up." And then he started pulling at it. So somebody said, "Buddha, why are you pulling at it?" So Buddha said, "Well, I'm trying to pull so that I'm able to untie the knots." And people said, "No, you're doing it wrong, man. You can't pull the knots and expect them to untie. The harder you pull, the harder the knots will become." And he said, that is mindfulness. When you are aware of your knots and you're able to help untie one at a time, you will become that silk handkerchief all over it. And my learning was that each of us, for us, the journey is not same. It can be very different. Our silk handkerchief can be very different. It can be, a different color, a size, even different material. And the knots that we have in our lives are often self-created, and we are trying very hard pulling them to untie them, which probably not be the best way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faisal, for that example. I would say that it's a really, really interesting example and something that we all should ponder upon and think. With this, now I would want to call Sapan, who can host the interaction for the segment 3 speakers with the audience.
Thanks, Brinda, and thanks, Faisal. I think this, so we've been calling each segment as a feast now and this was the third feast. Again, couldn't have asked for more or better. Again, what happened in the last segment, and Sebati created that base for mindfulness and productivity. What Raj did was so beautiful about creating that clear sense. And today, I think those of us who are actually listening to the whole session, we are getting so much clearer. And the objective of this whole summit, beyond wellness, we go and getting that sense that yes, it is definitely for wellness. It is definitely for now productivity as well, effectiveness as well, and relationships. So beautifully pointed out. And then came Sumit, who brought us the wider dimension into the mindful leadership. And then finally, Faisal, again, believe me, it was not decided by us that he will raise the questions towards the end, but that was the intention. This summit is not to conclude. Actually, this summit possibly for the first time is taking mindfulness beyond wellness, talking the realm of the productivity, deep work and relationships and leadership and culture. And we want more questions rather than answers. And those questions should be answered gradually later on. So thanks, Faisal, for asking so pertinent questions at this point of time. And we want to leave audience with the questions, may not be the complete answers, but I think let's still try to talk about some of the things. And why not, I mean, possibly, spend a couple of minutes at least on the questions that Faisal mentioned about, and possibly, I think the shiny thing is so wonderful because, I think there's a book called Mac Mindfulness, and it talks about how we have trivialized and commercialized mindfulness, and it could be very well another fad. I mean, who knows? And maybe I think just a couple of lines from each one of you would be great to hear on this. Is mindfulness another shiny thing?
I'll go. It's an interesting question, and I think Faisal has a nice way of very gently putting it there and leave it to were in your head to say, is it a fad? Right? So I don't think I have a full answer, but I'll share a point of view that's emerging at this point in time. I think it goes back to the question that even Faisal brought up on why are we even thinking about mindfulness as an important aspect of organizations or you in life? And I think unless that purpose is clear for each one of us as individuals or as leaders or organizations, it could be anything from a lifelong pursuit of wanting to have a clear, calm, tranquil mind that helps me then live life. If you almost think of it like a prism, and I don't know if you have any rock fans, but they shine on your crazy diamond, but where there's one color and there's multiple colors. If you're able to keep working on that one stream, every other stream that goes out is affected positively by it, is my view. So it could be on one end a lifelong effort to have a clear, calm, and tranquil mind. On the other end, it could be a fad because my boss wants me to do it, or my company thinks it's cool for me to do it. And by talking about it in the right way, I make the right noise in the company. And the moment no longer people we all move to the next shiny object. It's the human mind again. Right? I think the whole range is there for us to kind of feast from. It goes back to the question of why do you think mindfulness is important for each one? And if you have a leader who believes that it's important at the helm and wants it to make a priority, I think it'll last. Here's the thing, change is made by people. And I think as long as people drive the change, there could be impact. I think the whole, we need to answer the why, and the whole range is possible. So it could well be another fad, it could well be something else. So
wow. Thanks, Raj. I mean, that's something very interesting. And I think we had examples on both sides. So we have organizations who do it for the tick mark or for the social media brownie points, and we know what happens. I mean, it just fades away as in the organization at least. And we have organizations, and we were fortunate today to listen to the Maersk, IBM, Royal Canin, and all the leaders. The way they explain how the mindfulness got nurtured gradually, and then it started nurturing the leadership, the culture, and wellness. I think what you're saying was, I mean, it's so true that actually it's we who are taking it to either a fad or a real value. Yeah. Somil, if you would like to add on to anything.
See, first of all, something, whether something is a fad or not. First of all, it also depends on what are the applications of that concept. I think from an application point of view, I don't think anyone who would even listen and understand the basic concept of mindfulness, its application and its benefit, then they will be convinced that it has wonderful applications. Now, it is up to us whether we want to limit it as a fad or make it a way of life. It's up to us. There is, and somebody said about 21 days, I think Katyal said about 21 days of, practice It's about us, how we imbibe it. No habit can be developed, or nothing can be, I mean, obviously, to not being mindful also has been a journey for all of us, right? It has been done subconsciously. Okay. We never knew that we could be so distracted and so incoherent as human beings ever. We never thought that our thought mesh will be so, convoluted now. Okay, it has happened over a period of time. Similarly, mindfulness also will come to you over a period of time with, I would say, diligent practice. It's up to us whether we want to keep it as a fad. Yeah, so then fine. If we want to keep it as a fad, how it will remain a fad? Attend this workshop, forget about it, sleep, go back to Insta. And how it can, really help is that at least start with one factor, say acceptance, which is one of the factors. That can we start with acceptance tomorrow, develop acceptance. Can we, to what extent, slowly but steadily, spoke about the plank, how I can, hold that plank for a minute, 30 seconds, 3 minutes, to what extent we can keep the cell phone in front of us and still not touch it for, notifications. It's up to us how more we are ready to practice it. And that will define whether it's a fad or no.
Thanks, Somil. Thanks. And let me, just take a little deviation here, and where Ankita has asked a question about how does one bring about mindfulness in the daily work life while chasing deadlines and juggling multiple things. And I would request, I mean, if you have a suggestion, and possibly sometimes you might also be going back yourself in finding out your own answers to it. And if you think you have some answer, or if you practice anything, if you would like to have any sharing around that. So question to all three of you.
I'll start. Deadlines, multiple things. At the end of the day, remember that not all deadline is today. Okay, not all deadline, and not all multiple things are also to be done today. So how it also, something beyond mindfulness is how as a person you are organized yourself. Okay. Maybe it can be an element of mindfulness, I don't know, but how organized you are in your work. Okay. How do you upkeep your calendar, and within your calendar, how much time you allocate to yourself to, delivering on these deadlines. These are, if you are fairly organized, and if you know what needs to be done. I'll give you my personal experience over here. Many a times, and this has happened with me, that say I have to work on one presentation and I have a deadline. Okay. I know that today I have been told that the deadline is next week. I know I have 7 days. If I think, maybe at times I have this preconceived notion that, oh, it's going to be very tough, very convoluted. I don't know whether I'll be able to do it. I don't know how much time will it take. And it, confuses me. And then I keep on delaying it, and maybe work it at the last moment. And most of the times I have realized that I can actually finish that job in 1-2 hours. And if I can do it in that last moment pressure or heat of delivering the deadline, I can maybe do it even much better had I not, delayed it any further. The only thing is that I have no, as I said, it's mindfulness as a concept says that you be in that moment. So if you have to deliver on that deadline, you have to finish a certain task, be in that task. While doing that task, if your phone is going to buzz and you're going to pick up a call, or there is an IPL match going on and you're going to look at the scores, okay, or you are going to pick something in between or order something on Amazon in between, okay, there are going to be distractions. So most of the times, toughest of the tasks in professional field, I have seen them getting done on my desk. Maybe something which I think can be required 10 hours or 8 hours have been done in 1 hour, just if I concentrate only on that moment, on that task. So life's reality is not going to change, but being attentive, being in that moment with that task. Here, what is it that I have to be with that task, with that presentation? Here, there is no person that I have to be with. This is not the case with Raj has to be with his daughter. No, but here Raj has to be with that presentation. So be in that presentation. Switch off distractions. If required, block it separately in your calendar. That this is the 2 hour I dedicate myself to finish so and so presentation, which has a deadline 4 days down the line. But practice it like that. Organize yourself and then be in that moment. Will come one day. Easier said and done. My success rate is not more than 10%. So let me assure you that also, Ankita, that I have barely 10% success rate there. Yeah.
So let me actually take. I mean, I think Somil has actually answered that nicely and with right elaboration. And rather now let me take Faisal and Raj to another question because we are talking about now people leadership again, and this is the segment. So why not to talk? Many times, I mean, we all know, I mean, engagement directly dependent upon the managers, the bosses, the way, I mean, people join companies, leave bosses and all. So manager, bringing mindfulness to managers, people managers. Do you think, I mean, it should be done? It can be done? And if you would like to suggest any, initial thoughts, I mean, what are the first steps that possibly an organization can take up, very initial steps to just make a beginning? So if there are any thoughts, and Somil, please do join in as well. I mean, if you would want to add on to anything. So Faisal and Raj.
Before I respond, Sapan, Raj, I just want to tell you that you and your daughter will be having like 1 million hiccups. We have been taking your daughter's name as an example for the last half an hour. So I'm sure somebody, she's being well remembered. So thank you for that. It's a very sweet example, and I think that struck a chord with many of us. So Sapan, my sense is, and again, like Raj I think said, I am also processing this through. So I don't have an answer to which I will really put a stake in the ground and say, no, I passionately agree with it. So a few thoughts. I think, mindfulness is like an edifice. It's like a structure. It is not, in my humble opinion, it is not the foundations of that structure. It can be the pillars in that structure. For sure, it can be the overarching roof in this. So why I'm giving this, this, so to say, the silly civil engineering example is that, to your question, before you touch the people manager and for me, the foundations of an organization are the culture, the values that it has. And in something that I personally invest in, not the vision or the mission, but the purpose that the organization wants to achieve in its life, right? What is our purpose for that company? What is our purpose for this conference, or what is the purpose for Faisal and you and I? That defines me as an organization around. So if these foundations have a bearing towards mindfulness, then putting mindfulness as a pillar or for sure as a roof works. If at a point of time my organizational structure doesn't need mindfulness, then that is also fine, right? For example, if you and I are in any country's secret service, okay, that's also a corporate organization. They really don't need engagement. They don't need so much of the hoo-ha that happens in the corporate world. The idea behind that organization's purpose is to be below the radar, right? Below the line marketing kind of stuff around it. Stealth mode. If I'm a secret agent, then my cover is below. So the purpose of the organization will often define, do we really need mindfulness around this? So that's one tentpole idea to debate. And then the second part, I think, also is, I didn't hear you say this, so I'm just clarifying this. Mindfulness for first-time people managers may be a different conversation than for seasoned people managers. So if I just pick up an example, if I'm talking about mindfulness to Raj and Somil, my approach would be very different than if you're talking to Faisal, who's a first-line manager or a first-time manager in the same organization, probably in the same team around it. So the dosage, right? Almost like a doctor. Do you give a 5 mg tablet, or do you give an injection which has 1000 mg worth of mindfulness around it? Varies, because from an individual perspective, do I also have the capacity to absorb it? Right? As a doctor says, if you have breakfast, lunch, and dinner all together, then it won't be that you are not going to feel hungry the whole day. So those are two big ticket thoughts that come to me, but I'm of course happy to be challenged by Raj and so on.
I'll just add on to what Faisal is saying. I absolutely I'm going to build on this purpose conversation, right? I think that has a large role to play. So if you think of, why we exist, I think roles also then get kind of defined on what is the role of that manager to enable that purpose, right? And quite honestly, most companies in the way they define it today is to, one, deliver the business. I mean, develop people and engage your people so you're keeping them and, you develop the culture. So I think if I as a organization believe that, everyone's talking about the great reshuffle and the great resignation, right? So care is now the latest buzzword. We need to care for our people. There are many organizations who've been caring for their people without making a big deal about it, and will continue to do so. Will do so. People leave not because you just don't care or because you care. There are multiple. So it's a far more complex, conversation. Can mindfulness play a role in you being able to, be non-judgmental, manage your biases? There's a lot of conversation on unconscious biases and inclusion. Can it help you be more present in the meeting than look at your phone and take better quality decisions? Of course it can. But have people been able to do it without mindfulness for all this while? Yes, they are still doing a decent job. So I think if you are to go to a company and talk about it, there needs to be a business case on why. And unless I believe that it's going to create, and then it'll need to talk about numbers. So Samuel is the MD of the company. He's someone who likes mindfulness, so it's easy sell to him. But imagine he was someone who was not tuned into this. If I went to him and said, I think mindfulness will change, he'll say, what X sales will you be able to give me? Let's talk numbers. So I think there is a case. How we build that case is important. And then it's very important to remember managers do what they see senior leaders do or not do what they're asked to do a lot of times. So there needs to be a role model too. So if I'm going to ask everyone on my team to be mindful, but I consistently am not mindful, there goes my case for mindfulness. So I think it's a tough question. And like you said, it's probably one that doesn't have an answer. I think there's value. How that value is kind of brought out and positioned and can people use it? I surely think it can be done.
Great. Thanks, Raj. I think surely we don't have answers, but I think possibly we have a next level depth to think about these things. And as you said, see, these are not simple answers. And for that matter, it has never been. Look at emotional intelligence. While there is an acceptability, but the same thing applies to emotional intelligence. Can you really prove that emotional intelligence will save money, will increase the business? So I think these are tough questions which need to be answered for all these things which are internal, which are intangible. And we would have the same challenges, and these challenges will just go on. Now, I'm just being mindful of the time. And so while I think this, as Faisal also mentioned about the starting of the beautiful relationship, I'm actually seeing it as, again, the same thing. And a beautiful relationship and a beautiful conversation which continues on. We keep discussing and debating these things. This is so beautiful. At the same time, bringing in another element, as we at the end of every segment, we are going through a practice session, an appetizer, as Tateni mentioned. So it's also time for that. Let's have Vrinda. Would you take it forward now?
Sure, I think Katyani has given us a good word as an appetizer after every session now that we have. Great. So we have with us now Sharbashri, who would be taking us through the next micro-experiential activity. She is an instructor with UCLA Mindfulness Awareness Research Center. Over to you, Sharbashri.
Hi, everyone. Just having a bit of a glitch here. Am I audible?
Yes, Sharbashri, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So my name is Sarabsri. I teach mindfulness, communication, and compassion-based courses. And I studied mindfulness for 2 years at UCLA's Mindful Awareness Research Center. And I also teach UCLA's signature mindful awareness course in South Asia. So the practice that I'm going to do today is called RAIN. And I hope you all enjoy it. I was planning to bring my umbrella, but it started raining and my son has stolen the umbrella. So mommy woes. So I believe you've all been sitting for quite a long time. So if we just start by really stretching our body and noticing what's happening in our body in the present moment, and just see how it feels. And the practice that I'm teaching is RAIN, but it doesn't mean you have to do this whenever you try to do RAIN. You have to stretch your body. You can just do it anytime. It doesn't require you to have any kind of posture or a pose, right? So what comes in the way of practice? What comes in the way of being mindful? Is it something which is related to a lot of our emotions that affect our leadership skill? Is it like what's happening in my personal life? Or is it like I am just being too subjective? So I hope RAIN can address some of those answers to you. And a lot of my friends talked about breath, but I'm also mindful that a lot of people find it difficult to focus on their breath. So before I start RAIN, and we are being present with our body and mind and just giving it a gentle stretch, I want you to bring your hands closer and just see how does that make you feel. You can also tap your feet gently on the ground and notice how does that feel. Does it bring a sense of grounding? Does it bring a sense of connection to you? Just like Mother Earth is the natural leader holding us all the time. So you don't just have to go to your breath. If you find it is too bubbling, it is too hard for me, any time of the day, you can just gently bring your awareness to your body, to your hands, and to your back, touching your cushion or your sofa or your chair, or to your feet. So let's start by noticing ourselves, which we have started doing already, and starting the practice of RAIN. So RAIN stands for the acronym recognize. I'll just ask Vrinda. Vrinda, have you got that slide there?
Sure,
If you can
I'll just share that
for me,
right
please.
I'll just share my screen.
Sure, thank you. I am still poor with many technical things. And since we already know that mind-body relationship is very bidirectional, whatever influences our mind also influences our body. So any time of the day, when you think you want to try being mindful, just bring your presence to your body. Notice what is happening here. So see, there is umbrella. I was very keen to bring that, but luckily I've got that on the screen for you. So there are 4 steps for this practice. I want you to think of any personal or any work situation where you can utilize this practice. It could be medium to difficult level. And this practice is very useful when you have difficult emotions or difficult decisions to make. There is a product launch. There is a couple of things to do. There is a long to-do list. There are meetings. There is, hiring. There is perhaps a probably layoff, or you have to give feedback to a difficult colleague. What do you do? So RAIN is very useful in those kind of situations. So let's start by noticing here that we have got the first step. First step is recognize. So we don't need to sit in any kind of pose or posture. We bring our awareness to what is happening in the present moment, to ourselves, and try to recognize, just recognize what is going on. And you recognize just to recognize, to really identify. You don't try to recognize because you are going to find some answer, some solution. The first step is just recognize what is happening here. There is no juggling. You have to just do it very effortlessly, very easily. And whatever comes up, you can label it. You can get answers like, I am overwhelmed. I am tired. Perhaps I'm sad, I'm anxious. It was a pandemic, now the work is opening up and there are teams and people and workforce, a lot of things happening there. So you label that, and label in a way that it makes meaning to you, label in a way that it is true to you, authentic to you. You cannot label an emotion for football or potato or whatever. So labeling, what does labeling do? So whatever personal situation that you are thinking in your mind and applying RAIN, applying recognizing, notice what happens when you label that emotion. The scientific research done at UCLA tells us that when we label an emotion, it automatically brings calming of the prefrontal cortex of the brain and really calms down your amygdala, quietens your amygdala. So you recognize what is happening. And that's a very, very important step, so that you don't take any kind of decision which is based on your personal emotion. So you are able to be conflict free and you're able to be empathetic and open. So recognize what's happening. And once you have recognized and label that emotion, and remember, we are not solving, we are not finding an answer. The first step, just recognizing. And in the second step, take a deep breath. And now you have a personal situation where you're applying rain. You have recognized your emotion, you have labeled your emotion. In the second step, accept what is happening. If we invite a sense of acceptance, and it is very hard because you often want to blame somebody. This person must be responsible. That person must have been the reason why this is happening. And so it becomes very difficult, and we do get clouded. So that's where we bring our umbrella of acceptance. But that also doesn't mean I have to accept each and everything, even if things go wrong. Acceptance, there are other steps which are going to help us open up and take the final decision that we want to take. So when we pay attention to our emotions and accept the emotions, what happens there really? We build a sense of comfort. We build a sense of ease with ourselves that, okay, I accept, I label, this is what's happening. And what if this is a difficult emotion? It's a kind of like a yucky emotion and you feel like, oh my God, it's just hard for me to accept it now. Oh my God, what's happening? Is this the kind of the emotion I'm having? What can we do then? Then accept that I'm having difficulty in accepting the emotion. Because not accepting itself has become an emotion, and emotion is just that energy in motion. So accepting whatever is coming up for you. So you can take another deep breath. Notice how we started, applying rain to a particular situation, recognizing, accepting, and then we come to the third step. The third step is investigate. A very core skill of leadership is to look at things with interest, with genuine curiosity, and then investigate with a calmness where you can be totally empathetic and compassionate, use your senses in a manner that it doesn't affect or cloud the decisions that you're going to make. So we slowly investigate what's happening there, what I just accepted. But that doesn't mean we are going to go into the story making when we are accepting. The scientists have discovered there are two modes of self-referencing. So one is the narrative self and the other is experiential self. So do we want to get caught in the entire story making around the emotion? Or do we want to go into the physiology? How the emotion is playing in my body? Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do in investigate part. We're going to notice the emotion in our body. Not elsewhere, not into the story making and then finding solutions. So we have recognized, we have accepted, and then we are investigating with a genuine interest and curiosity. And remember, we do not have to think like, oh, I know this emotion, this comes from my childhood. Oh, I know this emotion, this will come again in future. That is the work of psychotherapy. This is not the time for you to apply psychotherapy, but it could be therapeutic in psychotherapy sessions. But here we are trying to find out something else. We're trying to find, can I respond to my workforce? Can I respond to a particular situation which I'm caught in an objective manner, in a regulated manner? So that's why I'm applying rain. So I investigate and I notice what's happening. Notice what's happening in the body when you try to investigate the emotion. For example, a few minutes before I started the session, I was feeling this heat on my cheeks. Oh, and I applied rain. I recognized the emotion. So I'm going online. So there is some kind of this sense of, oh, how is it going to be? And then I accepted and I investigated. And in investigation, I noticed where on my face or my body, I noticed this. You can notice what's happening in your stomach, in your chest, in your breath. You can notice, is there any kind of tingling, warmth, coolness, clenching, your face, your jaws, some kind of tightening? What's really happening? Whatever is true for you, that is your answer. You're not trying to bring some another answer to it. You're just looking at it as it presents itself. So we investigate with compassion, with awareness, and then we have got some kind of answer. And then we take another deep breath and go to the next step. The next step is non-identification. How do I create some kind of a space between stimulus and response? So I'm able to give some response, really, not really react to the situation. How do I work in such a way? How do I present myself to the situation in such a way that I do not get carried over and I build my metacognitive awareness? A lot of other speakers talked about it. It's like reperceiving something, a disentanglement or disidentifying. That's exactly what non-identifying is. So not taking your emotion too personally. The emotion is there, but you're not taking it too personally. It's about me, 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 me. So you look at the emotion. This is the emotion, not my emotion. And then what can I do? How do I now look at my workforce? How do I look at the situation? That's where you invite nurturing of the whole. You invite nurturing of the whole. So there is this word called MWE, MWE, coined by one of our UCLA teachers, who was also my professor during the TMF, my mindfulness course, Dr. Dan Siegel. He says, how we move from me to we. It's very interesting. It's about intra-connection. It's like me is also there, we is also there. So me is not getting absorbed into just we. You can hold your individual and you can also hold the we, and then together integrate. That's where the whole people leadership comes in. So notice what comes up for you when you non-identify and when you look at nurturing and when you find out what is it that I can how is it that I can respond to the situation now? What kind of creativity it brings to your mind? How do you feel now? Do you feel like I can respond to this in a different way? But non-identifying also doesn't mean you have to act in a robotic way and you're always happy. I non-identify, yeah, and I am robotic and I can always be great. That's not what non-identifying is really. It's like, so we do not get deluged. So we have some umbrella. We don't let the waters come and wash us over. There is some level of space that we can create. We can slow down, and then we can take the decision, or we can respond to the situation in a more calmer, in a more objective way, which settles for all, which helps all. So you can offer self-compassion to yourself for whatever the practice has brought. When you non-identify, and then whatever insights, awareness, information you notice, you can take it from there. So it's not like the practice teaches you to do something really. You are only going to decide, but you are going to notice things in recognition, acceptance, investigation, and non-identification, and see what it brings for you. It all brings from you to we, from me to we. So mui. So that's the practice from me. So I hope you try this practice. I hope you get to enjoy this practice of RAIN and apply it in your personal situations and see how that helps you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Vrinda. Thank you, Sapan. Thank you, everyone. And that's all from me.
Thank you, Shabashri. Thank you so much for that activity and helping us understand another meaning of RAIN.
Glad you
Thank you so much for your time. Right. So now with this, we move to the next segment of our summit, which is talking about mindfulness and way forward. Now we have Mr. Sapan Srimal, the director at Monk at Work, who would be talking about the game-changing trends in mindfulness at workplace. Sapan is the director at Monk at Work, a mindfulness consulting firm, and comes with over rich experience in the field of leadership and cultural transformation, coupled with over 20 years of practice and study in mindfulness. He is a certified master life coach and certified practitioner in NLP. He is also certified in psychometric testing from Scitech UK. Over to you, Sapan.
Thanks, Vrinda. If you can actually stop sharing the slide. Let me share it from my side.
So now I think you can share screen.
Yeah, so the last part now, and all this time we had been talking about what's happening in the world of mindfulness, and I think we are so aware now. Mindfulness can be taken beyond wellness in the realm of work leadership, in the realm of people leadership. Now, this was all present, and we just want to leave you with some thoughts around the future. So what the future looks like for mindfulness, and what could be some of the major trends which we can expect in the coming times. And I just want to leave you with 5 future trends that you can expect in the coming times. If you really see, I mean, when we have conversations with people, especially who have gone through mindfulness practices, mindfulness sessions, mindfulness techniques and interventions, many of them, after getting very much impacted with it, ask, when is mindfulness actually going to gain prominence? When organizations, so today we have so much talk in terms of physical wellness. Last 2 decades it has picked up really well, and last 1 decade mental wellness has picked up really well. When mindfulness will gain the prominence? And actually the answer is, it's already there. It's just not visible because it's a little bit hidden. Now, if you look at some of the evidences, so look at the top 5 apps in terms of the monthly downloads. This, I think, is the data of January 2021. And you would find out of the top 5, the 2 are mindfulness apps, which is Calm and Headspace, which is very surprising. Amongst all the health and wellness apps, mindfulness is among the top 5. It's already there. Mindfulness in terms of at least wellness has already gained the prominence. And I think Katyal also mentioned about it. The mindfulness app market is expected to grow by 41% CAGR, and it's going to be a 9 billion market. This I'm talking in terms of numbers. So look at the numbers, look at the future. So the future trend has already started. And I think Katie mentioned about this being a minuscule number sometime back, already reached almost 2 billion in terms of revenue, and it's going to go huge. So the future is very promising when we look at from the number angle. I mean, and this is one of the considerations. Numbers show that there is a value which is coming out. Obviously, there is a factor of commercialization, which we'll talk about, but numbers show that people are finding value in it, and the value is going to go forward. So the future has already started in terms of the growth of the market in terms of in the mindfulness. Now, every organization goes through a different level of evolution. For example, Faisal was mentioning about, I mean, is mindfulness really for me? I'm a high tech driven, high performance and output driven organization. So for some organizations, it's not the right time for being into mindfulness. Definitely yes. But at the same time, organizations which are getting into mindfulness, they also go through levels of evolution. And we call it 3 levels of evolution: awareness, adoption, acceptance. When we say awareness, it simply means these organizations are the ones which have not tasted mindfulness and now exploring mindfulness to some extent. And if you look at today, a large percentage of the organizations are actually going through this phase, especially in India. I mean, in US and UK and Europe, the story is very, very different, but here it is happening. The second part is adoption. And adoption is where, like Royal Canin's example, where they not only got oriented, but they also started adopting, people started individually adopting the practice and started the benefit. So beyond orientation, adopting the practices on the individual level. And the third level, where there are very few organizations, is the acceleration level, where there are internal champions and internal communities. And it's an internally driven initiative. So these are the 3 levels at which different organizations are. Today, we have a huge percentage on awareness, and adoption is lesser and acceleration is very minuscule. These percentages are going to change. And why we are talking about it, as you as leaders take the journey forward, you might want to see where do you stand in terms of this journey and where you want to take the organization through. You cannot go to adoption and acceleration before awareness. So definitely awareness has to be there. But wherever you are, you may want to take the journey to the next level. In the coming years, the adoption and acceleration phase are going to be bigger. More and more organizations are going to have those internally driven practices, like what was shared by Canin from Maersk and Prachi from IBM. And we spoke briefly about Mac Mindfulness, the book, and in Europe, US, they have already started talking. Mindfulness is not the answer for everything. Okay, and mindfulness has been trivialized and commercialized to an extent that people have started to feel it's not actually giving that value. Till the time it will be trivialized, till the time the mystification, non-clarity will remain, it will never work. And that's the reason mindfulness needs to become tangible. And here it will take the two paths. Remember the conversation we were having in the last segment, whether it will become a fad or it will become a great value, completely dependent upon us. And if we continue to keep it at mysterious and ambiguous level, it will become a fad. It will actually die away. But at the same time, we possibly has a duty, because of it's being a great boon for us, we need to make mindfulness more tangible. Now, how to make mindfulness more tangible? Let's take the example of emotional intelligence. Now, emotional intelligence has much larger acceptance at this point of time everywhere at individual and organizational level. You can define emotional intelligence in a much, much clearer manner as compared to mindfulness. So today also, while we saw definitions and these are clearly acceptable, but still there is a lot of ambiguity around what mindfulness actually means. There is a model for emotional intelligence, as you know. I mean, so if I am emotionally intelligent, it means the four components: my emotional awareness, my awareness of emotions, I am aware of others' emotions, how I address others' emotions, and how I manage my emotions. So there are very clear, distinct model in terms of what are the different traits under emotional intelligence. We still don't have a proper model to say what mindfulness would consist of. And the third is measurement. You see so many psychometric tools which have come up and they measure emotional intelligence. Okay, you hardly find a measurement tool for mindfulness. And the fourth part, and a very, very important part, everybody has been bringing our attention to it. It has to be mapped to the outcomes, to the business outcomes, to the individual outcomes. Mindfulness for the sake of it will not fly. Mindfulness needs to deliver value to the individual, to the organization. Can we map the level of mindfulness to the level of outcomes it can generate? Once that mapping happens, if the case comes up where we say higher mindfulness actually leads to these characteristics, higher mindfulness actually leads to lesser unconscious bias and so more inclusivity, can we actually bring that case? That case is still very hazy at this point of time. Can we bring a more concrete case? And we need to work towards it. One way or other, there is going to be a movement towards it. And just very glad to share that we at Mounted Work have already started working on building a measurement tool around mindfulness. So we have a meaning, we have model, we have the measurement, and soon the mapping part is going to happen. So this is one responsibility that we have taken up, and very soon you would be hearing about the MAX Mindfulness Index and AAA model, the awareness, acceptance, and attention model. Very soon you would be hearing about it more. A few years back, I was called to take a mindfulness session in one of the organizations, and as a session talk, we were having a conversation for the arrangements, and the organizers, someone asked, would you need mats for the session? And I said, no, not at all. I mean, it's a management tool. It's a management session. So have the, the usual conference room, tables and chairs and whiteboards and everything what we have for any other session. Now, look at how mindfulness is perceived. It's perceived as some, moksha, nirvana type of, possibly a feel-good factor for a few moments, few minutes. Unless mindfulness move towards the practical realm, I think, again, the whole day we have been talking about how we can actually bring a greater connection. And this is another trend. In future, mindfulness would not be for the sake of it. Mindfulness would be for promoting each of individual traits, individual qualities, and individual matrices, organizational matrices, and then only mindfulness would go further. And the final trend, as we were continuously talking about how organizations would move from, say, awareness, adoption, and acceleration, more and more organizations are going to build greater inner depth. I mean, we know, we have been talking about Google, and we had Rishi from Google. Google had this course called Search Inside Yourself, which was hired off as an NGO, and now they run an internal course called GPOS. Intel runs a course called Awake at Intel. It's again their internally developed mindfulness course. More and more organizations are now doing that. Depending upon external resources, in the beginning is good, but when we want to make a larger difference, it's important that it becomes internally driven and sustainable. You would be very surprised to know SAP has got a chief mindfulness officer. Okay, and SAP made their own mindfulness practice so big. I mean, internally, so internal champions and internally mindfulness was so much promoted that now SAP is even consulting their clients in incorporating mindfulness. So can you believe what magic it can happen when organizations start building that mindful culture, that mindful strength within? Aetna, the insurance giant, is another example of the same thing. When they've started for themselves, and they have now started consulting even for external sites. There are many more trends which are there, which are very futuristic. For example, biometrics coming forward, neuroplasticity and neuroscience coming together. In Wisconsin, Dr. Richard Davidson does a lot of work in studying the brains of mindfulness practitioners, and they see how neurologically it is impacting them. Biometrics is already there. We have devices which can measure the impact of the level of mindfulness, or the impact it has. These tools are still in their developmental journey, but very soon we are going to see a lot of them in future. So the 5 trends that we spoke about, you as leaders may want to be mindful about these trends, because as you want to take forward the journey, and we are not just passive observers of this journey, rather we are the ones who are going to create this future. So not only we would want to be a participant in the whole journey, but also the creator. So a few basic thoughts and suggestions. We got to continuously have open dialogues. Like today we had open dialogues about mindfulness, whether mindfulness is working, not working, how it is working beyond wellness, effectiveness, and other things. We need to do a lot of experimentation around it. Nothing will be just sure shot for us at the same time. We spoke about HR business partner, HR becoming the partner for the business. Now we need to start talking how mindfulness can become a business partner delivering business results. I suggest creating your own communities, your own interest groups for further discussions. Let's have collaboration. So we invite you all to collaborate, come together, and let's create new discussions, new concepts, new thoughts, and we would really welcome any thoughts. So do connect to share any thoughts from your side. So with this, the future So we have seen the present, we have seen the future, and it's now time to create the future together. I, at this point of time, also take the opportunity to thank all of you, and I want to thank all the speakers. Believe me, when we put together this session, they're very different from panel discussions where you can come and speak with moderate preparation. These sessions require very, very thorough preparation. So hats off to all the speakers who, I mean, some of them read multiple books actually to make sure that the session value comes out really well. So big thank you for all their efforts. Many of them have had different challenges, but they, despite all those challenges, they actually made sure that the value of this summit comes out well. So thank you so much, everyone. Over to Brinda finally.
Thank you, Sapan, for that session. I'm sure we all have learned how to go forward with mindfulness from here on now. So with this, we have moved towards the end of the summit, and I'm sure this has been a great learning experience for everyone and an opportunity to learn about varying aspects of mindfulness. And I think it's fair for me to say that the summit was a great success. There are many people who have contributed to the smooth running of this summit. Some we can see on screen and others from the back end. To begin with, I would like to thank the speakers who took out time out of their busy schedules and contributed to making this summit insightful. I personally can say they all have been super excited for this summit, researching, reading books, to having conversations in order to bring out the best content for our audience. Also, thanking our experiential partner practitioners, Komal, Rishi, and Sarvashri, who helped us practice some relaxing and smoothing exercises, which is a must in today's world. Also, we would like to thank the entire team at DigitalHR for their support in organizing this summit. Mr. Rahul Jain, Mr. Ritesh, and the tech team, which was headed by Rahul, who has been the backbone to ensure a smooth functioning. Most importantly, thanking all the participants for being a part of the summit and helping us take the message forward of mindfulness, the leap beyond wellness. So as all good things come to an end, so have we reached the end of this summit. Hopefully the second edition is in a non-virtual format. Also, now we will be circulating the feedback forms in the chat window. Do share your feedback so that we can bring more of such sessions to you, basis your recommendations. Till then, thank you everyone. Stay safe and have a great weekend.
Great. Thank you so much, Vrunda. Thank you, Sapanji. I think it was really a great session, and I can say it was a great justice to the overall topic that has been discussed in this particular summit, mindfulness at workplace. It was really great, and thanks speaker for sharing your insights, your views, your best practices. Really, there are a lot of takeaways from this entire summit, and in the first time that we did such a long and kind of this many speaker lineups. So thank you, Sapanji, for advising to digital HR and designing this entire summit. Digital HR really feels honor to have such a great speaker line and giving such a right justifications to this particular subject. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience, for attending this particular summit, and please stay tuned to the digital HR handles for upcoming more such kind of webinar, summits, even master classes. Soon you will be also getting the editorials from all the speaker lines on this particular subject, and you will get more and more insight about the best practices, the case studies, and more depth about this particular subject. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks, Vrunda. Thanks for anchoring this entire summit so beautifully. Thank you so much.